the Chinese guy?
Okay.
The black one.
Rasika, we've been waiting for you.
Go. Rasika. Plug.
Can you bow down?
Rasika.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can scoot up a little bit.
Let's everyone come forward.
We should reserve a seat for.
We need some room right here.
Twice as long as space.
I feel
Yeah, we can turn it up. Now we've established the time.
I assure everyone that it'll be sweltering hot within the next 20 minutes.
Yeah.
A lot of body heat in here. Sake, Kalai, what were you going to sing? Whatever you want to sing.
Whatever you want.
Well, I was thinking Sunday also.
See? Sadhana mood. You want the microphone?
340? Yes. Page 340.
Page 340.
Paging 340. Yes, ma'am.
340.
Ah.
Sake.
Smita
gonna do the Radharani class.
I'm finishing at 6 o'clock already. Get me going. Just pushing this back over.
Huh?
How about?
Yeah. Get ready.
Page 344, Jai Jai Sundar Nanda Shah.
Three
I thought that
44.
was the idea was to come out, but it didn't. We're not
Jaya Jaya Sundara Nanda
sing that before Radharani? Or should we sing that at the very end after the bhajan comes? We're out of order now to sing it. Normally it would be like right around Vaishnava. So we'll finish the bhajan come. Okay. So after. We'll do a break between speakers and sing that bhajan. That way.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
A little closer.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Is the best way.
Sorry, I'm breathing so fast. Chintamani Mai Radhakunda Tata
405.
Hare Kunja Shata Shata 116.
116.
Chintamani Mai Radhakunda Tata Hare Kunja Shata Prabhala Vidruma Mayatarulata Mukta Phale Abanata Anda Sukada Kunjamanohara Sahade Kutira Shome Mosya Tataya Gabo Krishnana
Janardan.
Janardan.
Look.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
JD's going to speak first. And then we're going to call on people. JD will speak, we'll call on people. We'll have a break to sing Jaya Nila Maharaja, and then Prabhu will speak again.
I'm sorry about this. Let me know.
I'm not sure if people know that. We can do it again.
I guess they are there. Actually,
Well, we're very behind schedule, so I would say 30 minutes. Is that okay?
Agyanam timirandasya Gyanam janasalakaya Chaksurmilitam yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah Gurave Gaurachandraya Radhikaya Tudalaya Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Shadabhaktaya Namo Namah
30 minutes each.
Yam
starting at 30
Pravajantam Manupetam Apetaprityam Dvaipayano Virahaka Taruvajuhava Putridikam Mayataya Taruho Manidur Tam Sarvabhuta Hridayam Manimanatosmi Bhaktya Vidinam Apuratanakshaya Kirtasya Kamani Tarangamadi Kirtamaritam Sharanam Prapayam Vrinde Namaste Sharanarabindam Tavoivasmi Na jivami tam vina Iti vigyaya radhe Tam nayamam sharanam dike. First I offer my unlimited obeisances in the dust of the lotus feet of my most worshipful Diksha Gurudev, Nitya Lila Pravishta Om Vishnupad, Asto to the Satchi Shrimad Srila Bhakti Vedanta Swami Prabhupada, and the same unlimited obeisances in the dust of the lotus feet of my most worshipful Shiksha Gurudev, Nitya Lila Pravishta Om Vishnupad, Asto to the Satchi Shrimad Srila Bhakti Vedanta Narayana Goswami Maharaj, and Srila Bhakti began Bharati Goswami Maharaj to Srila Gaura Govinda Goswami Maharaj, and to Srila Bhakti Vedanta Vaman Goswami Maharaj on his most auspicious Avirbhav Tithi. So we say, Srila Gurudev Ki Jai. So what does that mean? Generally, as a general understanding, we know it to mean all glories to you, Gurudev, all victory to you. But Srila Gurudev gave a very deep meaning, as he usually does. Whenever there's jai, or victory, there's harjai or parajai, which means defeat. So whenever there's a victorious party, there's always a defeated party, like Russia, Ukraine, or so many other situations where the winning party takes over the losing party, loots them, takes everything they have, and controls them. So that's actually what we're begging for when we say the simple word Jai. It means, I'm praying to you that you will be victorious over my enemies. Lust, anger, greed, pride, illusion, delusion and envy, that you will take me over and that you will make me yours. So, and Srila, he brings Sri. Sri means Srimati Radhika, and it's also short for Sriyam, the beauty of the love of Radha and Krishna, which is the maid service of Srimati Radhika. And as you heard earlier, gu means darkness, or the goo of darkness, which we often get into. And ru means light, takes us into the light. When Srila Gurudev was speaking about surrendering our hearts to Sri Guru, he was giving a darshan for my godbrothers, and to come to a point of not seeing that I'm so low and he's so high. Of course, we can't imitate that, but we long for that stage. Just like a young boy jumps on his father's lap and caresses his father's face. He doesn't think, oh, he's so high and I'm so low. So then my godbrother, Tamal Krishna Maharaj, asked, but that's such a rare relationship. So Gurudev said, that we want for Raganuga Bhakti. We want to, again, it can't be imitated. It can't be. But we want to come to the point of so much keen, intimate service and weeping, like Raghunath Das Goswami wept, rolling on the ground in separation, that the Guru will not think he is my disciple. I know you're not going to believe this is a possibility, but Gurudev said the Guru will always think he is my heart. That's the attainment that we want. It seems like Sri Guru has disappeared, but really he hasn't at all. Just as Srila Gurudev explained about our Srila Prabhupada and compared his so-called disappearance to Krishna's disappearing from the gopis in the rasa dance, but he was right there, relishing, as a young man will overhear the girls talking about him. Krishna was relishing the mood of separation and in ecstatic love of the gopis. Similarly, he said, our Srila Prabhupada is always watching us. So Sri Guru never leaves. He gives many analogies. He and his Guru Maharaj give many analogies. One is when some people are enacting a drama, they get all dressed up in different costumes. Even somebody may play that, oh, I just got shot and I just died. But it's all an act. Sometimes he'll put on an old man's costume and they put on the makeup. So Srila Gurudev explained that Sri Guru is like that. He never suffers birth, old age, disease, or death. An example he gave is grandfather Bhishma. He was lying on a bed of arrows, and he had more arrows stuck in his chest. But he chose when he was going to leave, and he didn't feel it. As you know, he told Arjuna he wanted water. So powerful. He wanted water. And Duryodhana brought him water, but he wouldn't accept Duryodhana's water. Then he indicated to Arjuna, give me water. So Arjuna, knowing his mind, shot an arrow in the earth, and Bhishma's mother, the Ganges, came up out of the earth and went into his mouth. Although this pastime was not in the Bhagavatam, Srila Prabhupada told me to do a painting of it and put it in his Bhagavatam. Then he also gives the analogy of a person passing by a window, an open window, and then first you don't see him, and then you see him, and then you don't see him. But he's always there. And one other he gives is of a snake. A snake can leave its skin and then come out with fresh new skin, the same skin. So he didn't really leave his body. Then my favorite is that when Rama Lila is being performed, people come, and we know that it's a Lila full of pathos. And so everybody cries when Sita goes into the earth, when Love and Kush come back and tell her why they're late from the big festival in Ram's palace, that, oh mother, we saw a statue, a golden statue, and except for the fact that she didn't move and you moved, she looked exactly like you. So Sita wept and thought, the king has left the queen, but Ram has never left Sita. So hearing this, everybody's weeping. Well, it seems like misery, but it's so much happiness that the next night they come back and bring all their friends. So separation is another kind of meeting. Without separation, like right now you live near the Atlantic Ocean, and there are so many waves that make the ocean interesting. In Jagannath Puri, there are even more interesting waves, and people stand by the ocean like a TV set just to watch the waves. So when there's separation, sense of separation, it creates waves in the ocean of meeting and nourishes it. Moreover, there's meeting within separation that stands on the head of meeting. So Srila Gurudev never really left. He's always here and watching us and waiting for us to turn to him, solely depend on him. Earlier today, we heard about the Sat Shishya, the pure disciple. And by being a pure disciple, Sri Guru can open his heart and give that disciple everything. So Srila Gurudev tells at different times instances. One is Sankaracharya was with his disciples, and they were all waiting for him to speak, to give his Harikatha. But he wasn't speaking. And then they understood why he wasn't speaking. Because across the river, there was the dullest of all of his disciples. And he had been washing his guru's clothes. And now there was a storm, and he didn't want the clothes to get wet. So somehow or other, he walked across the river. They said, Gurudev, what's the use of waiting for that foolish person? We're your scholars. But Sri Guru would not speak. So then, because that disciple worked so hard to clean his guru's clothing, to wash them, and then to carefully come across the river, despite the fact that it was whirling, as soon as he came before his Gurudev, he started uttering so many Sanskrit verses, and everybody was shocked, and then they understood why he was waiting. Because this disciple was so surrendered that he gave him everything. Some of you know the history of Upamanyu. Upamanyu's guru, Domya Rishi, he wanted to test his disciple. So he sent him out. Oh, first the disciple came to him, Upamanyu, and said, I want to realize Brahmagyan. I want to realize spirit over matter, and that I'm really spirit. He said, okay, then stay in my ashram for 25 years and serve me, and then I'll give you Brahmagyan. So at first he sent him out to take his cows out for grazing. And after some months he came back, and Upamanyu was a very stout and strong person, like Jiva Goswami. And so his Gurudev said, oh, what have you been eating? He said, well, after the cows feed their calves, I take the leftover milk. Who ordered you to take that milk? Who authorized you? Those are not your cows, they're my cows. Don't take any more milk. But he didn't tell him what he could take. So then he went out again, and after a few days he came back, said, Upamanyu still looks down and strong. What have you been eating? Well, when the cows are just sitting and relaxing and chewing their cud, there's foam around their mouth, and I eat that. Those are my cows. How dare you eat that without my authorization? But he didn't tell him what he could eat. So then he was gone for many days with the cows. And even when the cows came back, Upamanyu didn't come back. So then his guru went out, Upamanyu, where are you? Where are you? And then he heard a very faint voice. I'm here, Gurudev, I'm in the well. So we pulled him out of the well, and what happened? Well, I didn't want to drink the milk, I didn't want to chew the foam, so I ate this leaf, because it had milk in it, but it turned out that the leaf was poison, and so I became blind and fell into this well. So what did Sri Guru do? Because it was all a test in the first place. First he gave him back his eyes, and then he gave him realization. As we know from that verse, one who has equal faith and devotion in Guru, as for bhakti, as for Krishna, to him all the Vedic knowledge becomes revealed in his heart. And then there was Aruni. Aruni's Guru told him one very dark, stormy night to go out. He said, the dam is broken, and we need to have the dam so our agricultural field doesn't lose all of its water or get flooded. So Aruni went out, and every time he tried to collect earth, stones, it would all melt away by the hurricane-like rain. So what he could have done is come back and say, Gurudev, I tried, but it didn't work. But he wasn't like that. He was there to fulfill the order to completion no matter what it took. So what did it take? He lied down on the field and became the personified dam and protected the water from going away. So again, he didn't come back the next morning. His Gurudev, where are you, Aruni? Where are you? I'm here, Gurudev. He practically had frozen to death. So his Gurudev embraced him, nourished him, and gave him all realization of spiritual truth. Then there was another guru, Ramanujacharya, and he had a guru who knew all the Shastras, but he knew that he knew them, and he was quite puffed up about it. He didn't realize at that time that if I know anything, it's the mercy, causeless mercy of my Gurudev. Just like Gurudev said the other day, I am not Guru, my Gurudev is Guru. I never want to think that I'm anything but a Guru's sevak. I pray that the false ego of thinking that I'm Guru will never come to me. Whatever I have now is only due to my Guru's seva. So this disciple didn't know that. So he was very proud. So his Gurudev wanted to do an operation. So it so happened that one of his young lady disciples, she was given in marriage. And they were forcing her to do all the work, carry big buckets of water up a hill, wash the whole family's clothing, and she came to Ramanujacharya weeping. So he told this disciple, go and serve her. So his disciple was humble enough to do that. So they took so much work from him. They wouldn't even give him soap, he couldn't clean himself, he looked all ragged, he grew a beard. And then one day, but he didn't complain. And then one day, because it was his Guru's service, and then one day, some big, proud scholar of Mayavad came into town and was espousing bogus philosophy everybody most everybody just loved it because they didn't know anything better. So then he said, can I speak? You know, what is he, a dirty, ragged, looking like a bum? But a few people said, yes, let him speak. So then he spoke so eloquently and beautifully about Vaishnava Tattva. They found out who he was and went back to Ramanujacharya and begged him to take his disciple back. So the operation was a success. And his disciple became a great preacher. And of course, there's Gop Kumar and Jana Sharma. Gop Kumar is a cowherd boy, friend of Krishna, and he became the guru of Jana Sharma, who gradually came to him after meeting Parvati and Lord Shiva and going through different stages. Then he met Gop Kumar, and Gop Kumar was telling him all transcendental tattva and lila, and he was appreciating it so much, and he had so much faith, but he had no realization. So then his Gurudev touched his head, and then all of a sudden he found himself in 1 second in Goloka Vrindavan, and Krishna was embracing him. So this is the power of Sri Guru. I used to think, when I first came to Srila Gurudev, that the bhajans, like you all beautifully sang so many bhajans, I thought that was just like the introduction to the real program, and then came the real program, the class. But then, by the good association of Srila Gurudev and his followers, I came to know that the bhajans are such a integral part of the program. They are the program. And all Tattva Siddhanta is in the bhajans. In Kent, England, I think you were there, Prabhu. In Kent, England, in around 2000, Srila Gurudev had a festival there, Harikatha festival. And one morning, you know, he used to go out for morning walks every day, and we were back doing the bhajans. So he came in the middle of the bhajans, sat down on a couch, like you're sitting, and then he said, if you simply chant Hare Krishna, yes, you'll be full of all material desires. What? But fortunately, he explained, because you're going in with material desires. But if you first sing these bhajans, then because generally the person who wrote the song, Srila Narottam Das Thakur, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, Premananda, mostly it's in the first person singular. And if not, like when will I? And if not, even so, by singing, it creates an impression. Like if you have a rope and you go back and forth on the rock, nothing happens. But you keep going back and forth on the rock, and gradually it makes an impression. So similarly, by singing these kirtans, it makes an impression, but not only does it make an impression that we become the singer, because first we pray. Gurudev tells us everything, how to think, how to pray, everything. Now he said, now you've been doing so much artis and so much kirtans, now I want you to add mood. So, why did I say that? What did I say just before that?
No, I want you to add.
Before that?
You've been doing so much kirtans.
Yeah.
You used to think it wasn't important? You used to think projects were important?
Yeah, I thought they weren't at first. But so he's putting the mood in, how to think, yes. Thank you. It takes a village to do my class. How to think when singing a bhajan. That is, first pray to the acharya who wrote the song. This is not my song, this is your song. Please make your song my song. To me now it's just words on a page, ink on a page. Please make your words and my heart one. Please make your heart and my heart one. So in addition to the impressions that we get, there's so much touchful, like the kirtan that you all sang this morning. Jaya Jaya Sri Guru. The desire tree of Prem, whose manifestation is most astonishing. With effulgent moonbeams of knowledge, he destroys the darkness of ignorance in the heart. His eyes are the abode of bliss. In the Los Angeles airport once, his disciple Sri Vrinda, many of you know her, she asked, Gurudev, what are you doing when you look at us with those big blue eyes? He said, I'm giving prem. And the prem is also coming out from the pores of his skin. I am wicked and helpless. So we're doing the impressions, how to think. I'm wicked and helpless. Oh, I'm wicked and helpless. By the impressions, and my mind is constantly absorbed in mundane matters. I don't possess even an iota of devotional service. Showering the world with the pure nectar of Gora Prem, Sri Guru fulfills everyone's hopes. Having not developed rati for his lotus feet, this Vaishnava Das weeps. So when we hear that, the power of the acharyas puts the mood in our heart. And then Srila Gurudev wrote his own kirtan, which you also sang recently. Guru Charana Kamala Bhajaman. That is, O mind. So again, it's us saying to our mind, after praying to Srila Gurudev, please make your heart and my heart one. O mind, worship the lotus feet of Sri Guru. Without Guru's mercy, we have no strength in our sadhana. O mind, worship Guru at every moment. This rare human birth is not often found as we scour the 14 worlds, planes of existence. A chance few, by astounding good fortune, get to glimpse the devotee of Sri Hari. He's the blissful embodiment of Sri Krishna's mercy and the reservoir of compassion for the destitute, manifesting bhakti, bhav, and prem, like Sri Guru Charana Padma, Kevala Bhakti Sadma. You are the only abode of sadhan, bhav, and prem. You are the savior of the fallen, offering my body, mind, and life at your lotus feet. I constantly sing Harinam. So fortunate we are to observe this holy day together. And Sripad Bhagavad Maharaj brought up something that made Nrsimha Prabhu, this one, senior one, wonder, and it also made me wonder that we're lost without Shrestha Sadhu Sangha. So okay, now what are we going to do? There's Shrestha Sadhu Sangha on the level of Srila Gurudev. So for those who don't recognize a personality, by our misfortune, we may not recognize a personality of that caliber. So what do we do? Srila Vaman Goswami Maharaj, whose divine appearance is today, he stated, and Srila Gurudev has stated, that we take shelter of the Shiksha Guru, Shastra, and pray that Gurudev said, if I want to take Sanatana Goswami as my Shiksha Guru, if I want to take Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj as my Shiksha Guru, or Rupa Goswami as my Shiksha Guru, no one can stop me, it's my heart. So as Prabhuji mentioned this morning, we don't read the scriptures and don't think that we can understand. Rather we pray, oh Srila Gurudev, let's say, what's the book of Srila Gurudev?
Jaiva Dharma.
Jaiva Dharma. Oh, oh, Prabhu, you're not a book. Oh, Prabhu, you're not a book. You are Srila Gurudev yourself. You're Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur yourself. You're Babaji Maharaj, Brajanath, Vijay Kumar, yourself. All of you together, please shower your mercy on me or on us so that we can realize everything that you're saying as we are sitting directly in front of you and you're personally speaking to us. How personal Gurudev is making everything for us. How fortunate we are. Gaur Premanandi.
So, as is customary on these types of days, as we had in the morning, we'll continue to ask different disciples of Srila Gurudev and senior visiting personalities to speak some Harikatha, give some Pushpanjali. So I think the easiest thing is literally everyone just turns around and faces this direction for the next few minutes, because there's a few senior people there who will be called on to speak one by one. So instead of their coming up, everything like that, everyone just spin 180 degrees and then very easily. So at first I'm going to ask Krishnadas Prabhu if you can speak a few minutes about Srila Gurudev, give some Pushpanjali.
3 minutes?
Okay. Yeah, so if you desperately need to use the restroom, there's one in this back room right behind Didi as well.
How much time is to get in? 5 minutes?
5 minutes. And Prabhuji, everyone who is being asked to speak tonight, Janarda Prabhu is our timekeeper. He'll hold up a sign so you see when you're winding down. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
When I first saw Gurudev,
Speaker.
Would you can use the mic?
oh sorry. Hari Bol. Hari Bol. It's on?
Not sure.
Hari Bol.
It's not on.
No, not working.
Okay. Just face it away from me. Perfect.
Okay. Hari Bol, Dandavat Pranam. Dandavat Pranam to all the senior devotees. When I first saw Gurudev, this feeling that arose in my heart, I could not do anything but perform Dandavat Pranam to him. And at that point, I felt that I felt an inner peace in me, and from that point onwards, my life totally changed. I grew up in a conventional Hindu home, and I was deeply engrossed in the Mayavad philosophy. So much so that I was even scared to be considered what people call a Hare Krishna. I was scared about that. But I prayed, and I had the guidance of a very senior devotee, Mahabodhi Das. And it was very difficult for me to let go what I was holding on to. My hands were full with this Mayavad and impersonalistic philosophy. I went and I did Kriya Yoga, all type of yoga and meditation, and it was difficult for me to let go. And then Mahabodhi Das told me, he said, Krishna Das, you cannot receive something with the full hands. You have to empty your hands and then receive something. And I followed his instructions, and here am I today. Haribol, Dandamas Pranam. Thanks to the senior devotees, and we must always pay respect to all our senior devotees because they are here to help us and guide us. Haribol.
Thank you, Prabhu. Next, if Vasudev Prabhu, you can speak for a couple of minutes.
Jnanam timidandasya jnanam adunashalakaya chakshumalitam yena tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. I'm not a good speaker, but I will tell you how I met Gurudev. In 2002, I met Gurudev in a Hindu temple in Oakland Park. I'm sure the devotees telling me, it's time you should take a good guru. Since then, I got initiation by Gurudev. And when I go to Parikrama, he always looked for me. Especially my Dharmapatni, but she's no longer here, she left her body. So I don't have much to say, but I thank Gurudev every day for inspiring me for what I'm doing, though I'm still occupied in material business. So my time is so limited, but I still try to do myself. I thank you for listening and being a good devotee maybe sometimes, but I'm here and I thank Gurudev for bringing me to these programs. Thank you. Haribol.
So, Leonard Prabhu, you can speak some words.
I'm very happy actually to be here tonight. I'm very happy because I've been witnessing many devotees
Put the mic closer.
that
Put it in the right.
possible here.
It's not on. It gets turned off.
So I've been witnessing several devotees like Mahabodhi Prabhu that with his Florida Bay College, he started preaching here in South Florida. Then Gurudev came, and Bhagavad Maharaj was one of the key elements for bringing him here to South Florida. It was the most wonderful and beautiful festival. Many devotees was made. In the house of Raghunath Prabhu, Gurudev also was there. And he was going to the ocean, and that particular place becomes a tirtha. It is in the 5th place on Collins Avenue. But I'm very happy exactly tonight because Srimati Syamarani Didi had been made possible. All these efforts from Mahabodhi Prabhu, Bhagavad Maharaj, Padmanabha Maharaj, Raghunath Prabhu, even myself at the beginning also was helping in some way. And she, in a couple of months, in the most wonderful and magical way, manifested all this beautiful Sangha and the big project that she's creating and that is little by little becoming a reality. So I am very,
You know, it would
very
be a lot
happy.
better if you'd come and visit us more often and give us your
But that's why I am an offender. I'm an aparati. I'm being an aparati for not relishing the sadhu sangha. That is the only way to get out of the entangle of the material world. Is only this association with the big generals like Mahabudhi, Samarani Didi, Bhagavad Maharaj, and today very special also that is the appearance day of Vamana Maharaj. We have His Grace Prem Prajojan Prabhu, that he is like the personification of the first teaching of Srila Gurudev. And the first teaching of Srila Gurudev that I also heard from him was to honor the Vaishnavas according to the level of their bhakti, and the seniority. So he teach us the Vaishnava etiquette. And just today when I was listening the class, he, before speaking, he's a very learned and very well knowledge devotee, beyond our expectations. But he, in his humility, he asked permission of Srimati Syamarani to speak. And by doing that, he was giving the respect to the senior Vaishnavas. So, and Mahabhuti Prabhu is here. So, today is a festival of separation and also a festival of meeting. And Srila Gurudev also teach us about that. He is the Rupanuga or Acharya. He teach us that we feel happiness only when Srimati Radharani feel happiness. And we are in distress when Srimati Radharani also feel distress. At the beginning we was very attracted by Krishna. But Srila Gurudev came and he gave us something very special. And it was that information. You should. And at the beginning also I remember when I was coming in Bogota in Colombia and I was doing my bhajan, I always go to Srimati Radhika Lotus Feet and ask, please engage me in your service. And Srila Prabhupada was giving us that. But Gurudev came and Gurudev says, you should go at your bhajan. The goal of your bhajan is to be at the lotus feet of Srimati Radharani and obtain that. So Srimati Samarani is taking all these flowers and she's taking now the position of Guru, and that's so merciful. And only to offer those flowers, you, the beautiful flowers of this assembled to the lotus feet of Gurudev, and Gurudev will take it to Srimati Radhika. So that's the beautiful.
I'd like to next ask if Srimati Charachandra Didi can speak. You can just wear it.
Wear it.
Yeah.
Amagina Tamandasha Gananjana Salakaya चक्षुमलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः नमो ॐ विष्णुपदाय अधिकाय प्रियपने श्री श्रीमद् भक्तिवेदान्त नारायणेति नामने वंशकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपासिन्धुभ्येव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Shiva Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare.
So before I begin, I'd like to offer my humble, most respectful obeisances, my heart like flowers of the dust of the lotus feet of my Gurudev, Nityalila Vaishnav Vishnupad. Shishimad Bhaktivedanta Narayana. And at the same time, offer my most humble, respectful obeisances of the dust of the lotus feet of my Param Guru, my Shiksha Guru, Nityalila Vaishnav Vishnupad Astata Sada Shishimad Bhaktivedanta Srila Goswami Maharaj. And my Param Gurudevs, my Shiksha Gurudevs, and all Vaishnavas and Vaishnavas. So today is the Divine Disappearance Day. Guru Padma. And it's the most auspicious day. Also the divine appearance of Srila Bhaktivedanta Goswami Maharaj. So on this day we have heard so many beautiful and sweet glorifications, and I am not qualified in any way to speak. Being asked to speak something. So, the appearance and disappearance day of any guru or acharya actually is most auspicious, and we can say that there's a speciality in the disappearance, because at the time of the Guru's appearance, the Acharya's appearance, then all his glories may not be manifest. But at the time of his disappearance, then all his glories, teachings, everything have been revealed. So, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada, he said that actually he prayed that whatever I've had the great good fortune to hear, by the mercy of my Guru Pada Padma, all his teachings, may I have millions of tongues to glorify those teachings. May I have millions of heads and millions of years to live to continue to glorify. And may I always remember his compassion. So my Gurudev, he was supremely merciful to such a fallen conditioned soul as myself. He dragged me up from the well of material life. And I wanted to say actually, because Shamrani Didi, she was speaking this morning about, and this evening, something about separation. So she said many things, but just to take her eminence, that who will feel separation? Gurudev said, only that person who is most attached to his Gurudev, he will feel separation. And who will be most attached? That person, that disciple who has served his Guru, or who is serving. So such a person will feel separation. And those who haven't served, then they may not feel any separation. So I pray that I can feel one drop of real separation for Gurudev. And Srila Bhaktivedanta Bharati Maharaj, he also mentioned one time that actually to the extent that one endeavors to understand his Gurudev's conceptions, his behavior, his teachings, then to that extent he will feel separation. So I wanted to say that Gurudev, we can say actually that Krishna, what is Krishna's greatest quality? It's his Bhakta Vatsalya. And I think we could say that Gurudev's greatest quality is his Shishya Vatsalya. So he had so much love and affection. He never referred to his disciples as my disciples, but always as my darling sons and daughters. So Gurudev, in his life, he is a real Brijbasi, and he taught not only Brijbasi but a Palyadasi of Srimati Radhika. So he taught us in his dealings, in his interactions with us, that what it means to be a Brijbasi, that he had Lokik Satbandhu Rat. So he taught us how the Brijbasis, they always felt, oh, Krishna's my Lala, or Krishna's my bosom friend, or Krishna's my beloved, like this. And Srila Gurudev, he taught us in his dealings, because he was the embodiment of sweetness, just like Krishna's the embodiment of sweetness. So Gurudev, by his glances, by his gestures, very sweet Hari Guitar, by all his loving moods, he taught us this, giving an example of this Lokik Sadbandhu Vat. So Srila Gurudev, he also wanted to say he was extremely selfless, and he always gave the example of that we should be selfless like the gopis. So we see that he gave an example of the tree, how the tree is all giving, doesn't ask for anything, doesn't complain if it's too hot or too cold, raining, storms, hurricane, anything, doesn't complain. And doesn't matter even if someone throws a stone at a tree, it'll still give its fruit, its bark, its sap, its leaves, everything. So Gurudev was like this, that he was extremely selfless. Give 24 hours, like Srila Rupa Goswami Pad said, Tanama Rupa Charitadu Sukirtanana, 24 hours every single day. He was completely dedicated. And he taught us, actually, he said, he always quoted the verse, Anibalasata Samyam Jnana Karmanavatam, but we can apply this also to Guru. So, one time Gurudev said, oh, don't cook as you wish, don't do anything as you wish, but you should know the heart of Guru. You should know his moods. And like this, when knowing his heart, his moods, we can endeavor to please him. So, last thing I wanted to say is that Gurudev, he said, Krishna, he told the gopis, Naparayaham nirvajya samyutam saswadukritam vidabhasabhava yamabhajantu jinageshrin lasam vishatadva pradiyada sadhana, that I am completely indebted to you. I can never repay you for your love, service and renunciation, even if I had a whole lifetime of Brahma. So Gurudev, he said, unto that disciple who has this Vishvambhena Guru Seva, who's serving Gurudev with all his heart, his soul, his everything, very intimately, then to that disciple, Gurudev is feeling indebted to him. So Gurudev, he gave us so much, and we cannot even begin, or I cannot even begin to try to repay Gurudev for what he's given. But if we just simply try to imbibe all his teachings as much as possible, his moods, then and give what we have been given to others as far as we can, then at least we can begin to repay Gurudev, although it's impossible to repay him. So please forgive me, I've taken up so much of your time. I wanted to say, oh, there was one last thing I wanted to say. I wanted to say that Gurudev, he's eternal. And Didi, this morning, Shamali Didi, she was saying that how Gurudev said, even after I depart from this world, then you can ask me any question and I will inspire you in my heart. And Gurudev said, sometimes I ask my Gurudev or Srila Rupa Goswami or Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur questions and they answer me. So we see that Gurudev, he's eternal, he's inspiring so many continually. And I just want to say one memory I have of Gurudev is this, that even in his physical presence, one time, Gurudev used to ask us to do dramas, and we were in Govardhan during Kartik one year, and so he with this drama, and I had a question about it because I didn't want to make any mistake. So then I thought I have to approach him and ask him, but that time he was sick, he was sickly. So then I thought, what am I going to do? There's no opportunity. So then I was thinking and feeling kind of some desperation. So I went to sleep, and that evening, Gurudev came to me in a dream, and I saw him, and I said, "Oh, Gurudev, you've come, so can I ask you something?" So then he said yes, and I asked him the question of the drama, and then he gave the answer. So when he gave this answer, I was surprised, and I thought that wasn't the answer I was expecting. So then I thought, what am I going to do? Do I believe in the dream? So then I thought I have to ask. So then I went to his room, and he was just coming out, and he smiled. And then I said, "Good, I have to ask you something." And he said, "Yes." So I asked him the question, and the exact same answer that he gave in the dream, he gave me. So then, and he was smiling. So then I thought, why I'm so stupid and foolish, I had this doubt like this. So Gurudev, he is always inspiring. He's not an ordinary personality. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada, he said, what is the most severe namaparad? Someone asked him that question, and then his answer was, the most severe namaparad is to think of Gurudev as an ordinary mortal. So if one who thinks that Shri Guru is an ordinary human being, ordinary mortal, then he will have to face inauspiciousness from millions of births, and he will encounter various type of obstacles, and he will drown in the ocean of material desires. So we should always understand that Gurudev Sakshat Hari is a non-different representative of Krishna, and Acharya Mam Vigyanyam, as Krishna said himself, the Acharya is as good as myself. So I pray on this day that I can develop a real attachment for Gurudev. I can completely surrender to him, and one day I can perform real Vishrambhena Guru Seva. So with that, I end my speech. Please forgive me for taking so much time. Vancha Kalpadurvista, Vrivasvave,
Haribol, Haribol.
I want to invite Narayana Prabhu to speak for a few minutes.
Like that. So, Jnana-timirandhasya Jnananjana-shalakaya Chakshur-unmilitam yena tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Gurave Gaurachandaya Radhikayai Tadadayai Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tattvaktaya Namo Namaha. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripasindhubhya evacha Pitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. I offer my humble, grateful, eternal obeisances to the lotus feet of my spiritual masters, Shri Gurudev, my Diksha, Shiksha Guru, Srila Bhaktivedanta Bharati Maharaj, my Shiksha Guru, and Srila Prabhupada, my first Guru. and also to the senior devotees here, because unless we are genuinely respecting and feeling our position underneath those devotees who are so dear to Guru, then we have no future. Everything is coming down. The fruit is coming down. And if we try to grab, then we won't get. So I offer my most respectful obeisances to Prem Prayojana Prabhu, to Srila Bhagavat Maharaj, to Srimati Shamarani Didi, and all the great souls that are here. Great souls. Because this is, can I just take this off and speak louder? It's a crowd. So, how many of us are there? Another question. How many bacteria in one person?
Millions.
One person.
1 billion.
Blades of grass, ants, trees, fish, whatever. How many human beings? Itna sa, so few. And how many are coming to hear from Guru? And I apologize to all of you for my constant pride, false ego, everything that gets in the way, that I don't realize who I'm surrounded by. So, one thing that always astonishes me when I think this is a very fallen age, and I know I am very, very fallen, and yet somehow the highest, most beautiful, most esoteric, deepest, greatest of all truths is being given to us. Wow. Lord Nityananda, he goes to Jagai and Madhai. Who are they? They're not the topmost. And when he comes, they respond to him with venom. But because he's already approached them, their material life is finished. I don't want to say I'm in that position also. So before I met Gurudev, I was very fortunate. I came to Prabhupada at the Kumbh Mela in '77, but spitting venom. I came in the dress of an impersonalist Swami, and I went there to argue with him and defeat him. That is the pride. That is the ignorance. Unbelievable. When I came to Prabhupada, his presence was so, words fail me, beautiful, that as soon as I walked into his room, I forgot everything I was going to say. Without a word, all the other guests disappeared, and it was just me and him, and he looked at me. And in that look, he took out, without a word, all the beliefs, arguments, and personalism that I had. And he gave me this desire to know who is God and how I can serve. He gave me that first introduction to bhakti. Many years later, because I've committed so many offenses, it's incredible that even in this life I could have the opportunity to come to Gurudev. And I wasn't looking for a guru. I thought Prabhupada was my guru, and I started to ask Gurudev something, and he looked at me. And I left my mind, and I came from my heart. I had no idea I was going to say this. And I just looked at him, and I said, I've been trying to be a devotee
for 35 years. And I don't know who I am. And I don't know what I'm doing. And I just burst into tears. I was completely like in reality. The reality of my hopeless, helpless, ignorant, miserable, lost condition. So, after coming to Srila Prabhupada and then becoming a devotee, joining a movement, then it was all my false ego. Oh, I'm a devotee. And I know this and I know that. And oh, very nicely spoken Prabhu, very nicely cooked Prabhu, very nicely kirtan Prabhu, whatever the different things we do Prabhus, you know. And my ego, oh yes, I'm devotee. When I came to Gurudev, the first gift that he gave me, Didi was talking about bhajans. I began to look at different lines in English that I could understand. And this one line, Yogyata vichare, kichu nahi pai, tumara karuna sara. This means when I take an honest look at myself, I see I have no good qualities. I have no qualifications. Nothing that can approach transcendence, which is the only goal there is. Oh, Gurudev, you are everything I am made of. Your mercy is everything. And now that you've accepted me, I know that sooner or later, maybe hundreds, thousands of lives, it doesn't matter. Because we're only ever present to the life we're in anyway. In one of those lives, just like Prabhupada said, when the pygmy shoots the poison dart in the elephant, then the pygmy and the pygmy wife, they pack up and they follow because they know the elephant's dead. Done deal. It's over. Once the Guru has accepted us, it's over. We're done. Unless, as Didi was saying, we make that very, very, very terrible mistake. Imagining Guru is. And in this way, our false ego is free to roam in every way. So one last thing, just for everybody who can resonate a little with my mood, because I know we're hearing a lot of very advanced, very senior, very surrendered souls whose lives, every moment of their life, is being given to Guru. Sharanagati, they're actually devotees. I am nowhere near that. So I want to share with those who can begin to relate to that one short thing that Srila Bhakti Pramod Puri Maharaj wrote that I find incredibly merciful and hopeful. So he said, excuse me, not Srila Bhakti Pramod Puri, Srila Bhakti Priyan Kesh Maharaj, 2 lines from Srila Puri Maharaj after. He said, even if a sadhu, a sadhaka, suffers from every sort of fault, Guru Nishta alone is capable of granting him entrance into the kingdom of Paramartha, the supreme wealth, supreme abode. In the absence of Guru Nishta, however, all good qualities combined cannot help a sadhaka reach the realm of transcendental well-being. As such, Guru Nishta is the cornerstone. This is what our Gurudev also obviously taught. In the attainment of divine love for Sri Krishna, and Srila Bhakti Pramod Puri Maharaj said, if without duplicity someone accepts the shelter of the lotus feet of Sri Guru, even if he is sinful, aggressive, a fool, a wretch, poorly behaved, ill-behaved, or the worst behaved, Sri Guru will never deprive him of mercy. Sri Guru will never deprive us of mercy. This is our condition. All we have to do is make room for him.
Thank you, Prabhu. I'm always so blown away by the story you have with Prabhupada. It's just such an incredible circumstance. The way Sukriti works is very unique. Radhe Shyam Prabhu, you 2 minutes, 2 minutes, you can speak something. Remember to really.
You have the microphone?
Vishnupadaya.
I can hold the bass. You want to
Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Nityanamaya. Namo Vishnupadaya Radhikaya Priyatmane Srimati Bhaktivedanta Narayana Nityanamaya. Ajnanatimirandasya Ajnanachalakaya Chakshurum Litamina Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. I never had much association with either Srila Prabhupada or Srila Gurudev. So I can just say a few words about how they affected me, how Srila Gurudev affected me. Back in the late 90s, like many of Prabhupada's disciples, I was working a regular job in an office, but my company got downsized, so I was pretty much floundering around. But I thought now I have more time to chant the holy name, so let me at least try to do that. And I was flabbergasted because at that moment, Srila Gurudev, in 1998, came to Miami for the first time, and it was a wonderful thing. I got a call from one of my godbrothers, Kriparam Prabhu, who said that there's a very close friend of Srila Prabhupada in Miami, and he wants to meet with Srila Prabhupada's disciples. I really didn't know what to do about that. I was hemming and hawing. Kriparam had to sort of twist my arm to agree to go to his home and meet with him. When I got there were many stalwart godbrothers of mine that I had great respect for, like Das from New York, and my late godbrother Isha Das, who was a good friend of mine. Of course, Mahabodhi Prabhu and Leelanath. So I felt like I was in good company there. I remember everyone was gathered in the downstairs part of Kriparam's home and doing kirtan. And Srila Gurudev was upstairs, and I remember he sent this one young brahmachari down. I thought he was like a teenager to speak Prahlad Charita. Actually, it was Prem Prayojan Prabhu. And I thought that if this young whippersnapper, he speaks so well about this Siddhanta, then his spiritual master must be someone very special. So from that day on, I thought that I would accept Srila Gurudev as my Shiksha Guru. And he treated me with so much kindness. Even on that first day, he wanted me to sit down next to him. But I felt so fallen. It turns out that Srila Prabhupada, at the time of his departure from this world, he told Srila Gurudev, as we have heard so many times, that I have made so many disciples, but I have not been able to complete their education. Before Srila Gurudev had come, I had never heard of such things as important things, such as Raganuga Bhakti or Radha Dasya, or that there was any way that this could happen for me. But I felt so inspired, and I feel that he came here to Miami just to give me a new lease on life. And for this, I'm eternally grateful. So, Srila Gurudev Ki Jai.
Thank you so much, Prabhu. I want to ask Radha Priya Didi to speak 1 or 2 words. It's like 1 minute. It's for our own purification. So even if it's uncomfortable, it's for our benefit.
Can you speak louder?
I'm not qualified at all to glorify my Gurudev. But one very important thing he said well, first of all, I have to thank Srimati Shamrani Didi because it's because of her that I met Srila Gurudev. And she told my mother, you have to come see Gurudev. And so we went to meet Gurudev. And he said, I've come for your hearts. I just want your heart. That's all I want. And Gurudev was a collector of hearts. And he put them all in his pocket. And he always said, I have your heart in my pocket. And so one of the things that has always stayed with me, he said, was I have come to write on your hearts with golden letters forever. And Gurudev was so beautiful, so eloquent, so merciful, and so kind. And one time I came to him and I was very nervous. And I had disobeyed his instruction, and I just felt like the most fallen, foolish disciple. And I went to him, and he was so kind. And he said, he told me not to worry at all, that my heart was at the lotus feet of Radha and Krishna, and that's where he had placed my heart. So, Jai Gurudev.
Jai Gurudev. So maybe I'm going to ask Narayan if you can just say 1-2 words, anything that you can about Gurudev. Before you say something, I just want to mention that when I first moved down here, I remember doing a program for Srila Gurudev's Avirbhav, and there was a room not quite as full as this. We had probably maybe 2/3 of this quantity of people, and there was only like me and Jiva Priya Vishnu and Shashikala and her family and Vijay, and there was the only disciples of Gurudev, no disciples of Prabhupada. At that, and we were like, whoa, like. So to see the growth, see the exuberant explosion that's happening here, it's like really heart-melting. And so no one should feel any sort of nervousness because Gurudev is actually the one speaking for all of us.
There's about 55 people in this room.
Oh, we can hear.
Is it on?
Hello?
Yeah.
Haribol.
So, when I was 13, I got Harinam from Gurudev, and he always told me.
Can you speak louder?
And he gave me the Hare Krishna mantra, and I knew that because he had said it to me that it would be in power, and that whenever I chanted Hare Krishna, there would be power behind that instead of just lollygagging like before, lost in and not knowing anything. So I still didn't know very much of anything, but I have the faith that my mantra was empowered because of that. And I remember as I got older, I joined the military, and my dad went and told him that I was going to the army, and he said, "Bring him to me." So I went to Gurudev, and he told me, as long as you chant, I will help you. And I always kept that with me ever ongoing from that point. And I remember I always wanted to go to India so I could get like a real better understanding of everything that I grew up with. And then at the end of my military service, I finally got a chance to go and serve in the mat in Navadvip with Prabhuji and the brahmacharis there for a little bit. And I was in so much bliss because I was just doing seva and making rotis every day and in such great association with all these devotees. And it really put into perspective that Gurudev travels everywhere all over the world to capture all these hearts. And he didn't really have to do that, but he was showing everybody what pure love really was, just because he cared so much about everyone. So he traveled to where Srila Prabhupada went and captured all these hearts. Like, here is the fruit of everything that he gave us all is expanded onto this point. And one thing is my mom is an example too. Whenever she met Gurudev, everybody disappeared, and it was only her and him. And then for 20 years, she just chanted her japa every morning before work without fail. She didn't do anything. And I always thought that was a great example as well. And it's just something I've been reflecting on.
That wasn't so bad, come on. So I want to ask our god sister Tulsi to speak. One, two words.
Okay.
Just for a moment.
Yeah, for a moment. I prefer to do the Nishrana.
She's gonna use her New York voice.
I'm gonna do the. I'm just gonna speak loudly.
Okay.
That's not going to show me style.
Oh, sorry.
We want to hear it too.
Yeah, okay. Oh, be louder. Namo Vishnu Padaya Radhikaya Prayatma Shri Srimad Bhakti Vedanta Narayana Tinamani Shri Krishna Lila Katane Sudakshama Adaya Radaya Ganashayuktam Varam Varenyam Purishamahantam Narayanantam Sirasanamami. I offer my unlimited obeisances unto the lotus feet of my Srila Master and to the permission of Shri Srimad Bhakti Vedanta Narayana Goswami Maharaj, and the same Koti Dandavat Pranams unto the lotus feet of Nitili permission of Vishpada Shri Srimad Bhakti Vedanta Goswami Maharaj, and the same to all the senior devotees and all the assembled Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis. My Dandavat Pranams. I wanted to. Okay. I may need a little help here, but okay. I need a little help with just. I just wanted to represent amongst the assembly the 4 verses that Srila Gurudev always wanted us to remember. Verses Anya Vilashita Shunya Yana Karma Anukulyena Krishna Anishrinam Bhaktir Uttama. My brief meaning to that is that we should, in order to practice bhakti, we should offer service that is devoid of any personal gain, any, I don't know, all of the qualities not to have. Like, not, you're serving like selfless service unto the lotus feet of Shri Krishna. And in this way, this is Prem Bhakti. And then, Tunadapi Suninchena Taradapi Sunishina Manina Manavira. So someone that is more humble than a blade of grass and more tolerant than a tree, is not having any pride or looking for any fame or adoration, can
Gives respect to all others. Respects all others.
Respects all others, can chant the name of Hari. And then there was 2 Tate.
Tate kampam susame shamano gunjana evam kritam vipakam ribad babubir vidadam namaste vivedilokmum.
So I'm asking for help on this one really briefly in the Shringa Prabhu, please.
Prabhu, Didi, Maharaj.
Just really quick.
Didi, can you explain that verse?
Real quick.
One who goes on suffering, their due lot, taking it as the mercy of the Lord, and offering their body, mind, and heart, and with gratitude to the Lord, he becomes a rightful heir or an inheritor to the kingdom of God.
And the last one. Rajay Chaitanya says Bacha Vegam Manasakrola Vegam Pasta Vegam Etam Vegam Yogi Shananda Vegam Sarvam Abhivam Prijipim Sashishat. Oh my gosh. So the tongue, I have not, like, my mind is really bad. I haven't gone over these.
Also in there.
Yeah.
Mind also in there.
Huh?
Mind also in there.
I know, yeah. So, yeah, we're giving ourselves so many problems because of our uncontrolled tongue. Uncontrolled mind. Feeding, overfeeding the belly. And what? Oh yeah, uncontrolled animals. Someone that can control all of these senses is qualified to be
Make disciples all over the world.
exactly, which is what Gurudev did. And then something I wanted to read really briefly that Bhumipati Prabhu sent to me this morning, and I was like, I want to share this with everybody. But it's a quote from Gurudev. She's a couple paragraphs. Do you know where weakness comes from? Try to understand this. Life in the material world is full of misery and frustration. There are so many problems. All of you will get old, become weak. Your beauty will go away, and only one skeleton will be left of you. Neither wealth, nor scientists, nor doctors will be able to help. You will have to leave everything that you had and leave this world naked, going into emptiness. You will not be able to take with you anything that you have collected in this life. Do you understand? If someone really realizes this fact and is so fortunate that he meets a pure devotee, he will give up everything he had in this world and completely surrender to this Vaishnava as a brahmachari or sannyasi without having anything material. It is not so difficult to give up father, mother, relatives, position in society, but it's very difficult to develop taste for the holy name, for worship of the deities, for service, for hearing Hari Katha. If you give up your family, material pleasures, position in society, but at the same time have not developed the taste for the holy name and hearing Hari Katha, you're in a very dangerous, critical situation and become very, very weak. At such a moment, sublime communication is needed. If not, we are doomed to fall. This is the critical condition. So I just wanted to represent that and I'm also just so honored and so blessed. I feel so fortunate to be here with all of you. And my time is up. I just wanted to represent that because it's been a difficult 2.5 years. It's been kind of crazy. And so we have to keep reminding ourselves of what this condition of the material world is. It's supposed to be like this. It's supposed to be crazy, and it's not. And all these things are meant to distract you from, what's really important. So, also Gurudev said, don't be hopeless and don't be weak. And this is like a time more than ever to, imbibe those principles. So, much love to you.
Next, I want to ask Mohan to go to speak. Like 1-2 words.
On this day of Srila Gurudev's disappearance, I'm just grateful to be here in the association of all the exalted Vaishnavas who had so much association and received so much blessings from Srila Gurudev, like Srimati Sharmani Devi, Maharaja, and Srila Prem Prabhu. I don't feel like I have any qualifications. I have some memories of Srila Gurudev from when I was very young. Thankfully, my mother was coming and seeing Srila Gurudev back in the early 90s, coming from ISKCON back before that was disallowed. And I remember her encouraging us to come and take shelter of Srila Gurudev and come to the Rajamandal Parikrama in 95 and 96 and 97.
Marry Gurudev.
And at that point in my life, I kind of explain sometimes to some other devotees where when you get raised in Krishna consciousness, sometimes it feels like you've been given the answers, but you don't have the questions. And I feel that even coming before Gurudev, I had no complete understanding. I hadn't even had the beginnings of the understanding of the impact of this moment and this personality in my life. And somehow or other, you just captured my heart. And even after when I became wayward and fell away from the association of devotees, I still felt connected, and it still helped me find my place eventually. And I just wanted to mention two brief stories. They're just anecdotal, but highlight just the wonderful, amazing nature of Srila Gurudev. When my brother and I were coming to take initiation, Harinam initiation from Srila Gurudev, my brother had one desire in his heart, and I had a different desire, and we didn't tell them this desire to anyone. At the time, there was a little bit, maybe some conflict was starting between organizational conflict, and I just had some strong desire to have a specific kind of name from Srila Gurudev. I wanted a Braj name, and my brother wanted to not have a specifically Braj name. And when Srila Gurudev initiated us, Srila Gurudev gave me the name Braj Mohan Das, and he gave my brother the name Mukunda. And I just felt that somehow or other, it was so insignificant, this desire. And Srila Gurudev was just so merciful that he's like, okay, you can ask me for anything, but this is what you want, then okay, I'll give you that too. And then the other story that I wanted to mention is, as a 16-year-old boy, I felt kind of some of that conflict, that political conflict between the realms, and my father was not really, he was kind of a little bit non-different or distant from Srila Gurudev. And I remember when Srila Gurudev came to Bhubaneswar, and as in the past, he had been invited to ISKCON to speak, and so he had been invited to speak, and we had a program there. And I just, from my heart, I had this strong desire for some positive interaction from my father, to have some positive interaction and see some appreciation from Srila Gurudev. And Srila Gurudev just related this wonderful Ram Leela Katha there, and it just melted everyone's heart. And I didn't even realize that how amazing and wonderful that was. And these are just some ways that Srila Gurudev fulfills your desires, even when they're insignificant and not important. That Srila Gurudev is just so merciful in that way. So thank you very much.
Haribol.
Thank you. So now we've been speaking so much about Srila Gurudev, but it's also the Avirbhav Tithi of Srila Vaman Goswami Maharaj. So Sananda Babu is his grand disciple. He wants to speak one pastime of Srila Vaman Goswami Maharaj for us.
Maybe by your mercy I can sneak in too.
I'm going to show everyone how to use this thing. We're passing it around, it's off. No noise. But as soon as it turns on, this cannot come close to this, unless it's this side.
Where were you an hour ago?
I was watching.
He doesn't have the compassion that Gurudev has.
I like to watch the suffering of others.
Krishna Krishna Chaitanya Namna Gaurasri Se Namaha. Hey Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabandhu Jagarpate Kopika Kopishanta Radha Kanta Namostite Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vishabhanu Sati Devi Pranamami Hari Priya Om Vrindavai Tulasi Devai Priya Voi Kesavasya Cha Krishna Bhakti Prada Devi Satyavate Namo Namaha Vanchakapataruvyascha Kripa Sindhuvai Vachapatitanam Bhavani Krishna Devi Namaha Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. First of all, I'd like to offer my unlimited obeisances unto the lotus feet of my spiritual master, Om Vishnu Bhanashtutara Shri Srimad Bhaktivedanta Van Goswami Maharaj. Simultaneously, on this super excellent, auspicious day, I offer my unlimited obeisances onto the lotus feet of my Param Gurudev Nitya-lila Pravishnu Vishnu Parashtutara Shata Shri Srimad Bhaktivedanta Narayana Goswami Maharaj. Simultaneously, I offer the same endless obeisances onto the lotus feet of my grandfather Param Gurudev Nitya-lila Pravishnu Vishnu Parashtutara Shata Shri Srimad Bhaktivedanta Vaman Goswami Maharaj. Also onto the lotus feet of Nitilila Krishna Vishnu Parashtutara Shata Shishimad Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada, and to our whole entire Rupanuga Guru Varga, onto the presented guests, and most importantly, our preachers today, headed by Srimati Shamarani Didi, Shripad Bhagavad Maharaj, and Shripad Prabhupada Prabhu. I extend my unlimited obeisances unto your lotus feet as well.
And unto yours.
Thank you. Today is a super excellent, auspicious day. We have a double celebration, and time is very brief. There are so many qualified speakers here, but by the mercy of Guru and Garanga and of Shripad Narasimhadas, I have opportunity to glorify my grandfather, Param Gurudev, today. When thinking of Gurudev, you think of what is a bona fide guru, what is a bona fide spiritual master. Our scriptures explain, Tashmat Guru Prapadyat Jignashu Shreya Uttamam Shabdiparicha Nishnatam Brahmani Upashamashrayam. And my grandfather Param Gurudev embodied this shloka entirely. Shabda Brahma, he was completely well versed and knew all of the purports of the Vedic injunctions. As a very young man, he was scholarly. He had an incredible, unparalleled memory. My Srila Gurudev told me that he asked his Srila Gurudev, who he took diction from, Sripad Bhaktivedanta Vaman Goswami Maharaj, how many shlokas do you know, Gurudev? And he told him, if I speak for 7 days and 7 nights, I still won't finish. There's so many pastimes to recall about his glories. As a child, he knew everything from the moment he opened his book. He would never take his book to class, and one time the teacher called him out on this, and his astute classmate said, no, he already knows everything. So the teacher opened the book randomly and said, read from this book this paragraph, and he read word for word the paragraph. He cited it and kept reading the next page, and this way just completely blew her mind and that of all the classmates around him. In our mats, on those days, they would award the brahmacharis a chocolate or a candy for memorizing a toffee. Thank you. A toffee for memorizing shlokas, and Param Gurudev would always get 8 to 10 per day. I think I have memorized 10 in 5 years. Right, yes. Also, a bona fide guru has fully self-realized the supreme absolute truth about Brahma Shri Krishna, and our Param Gurudev was also like this. There are many examples in his lifetime that show how near and dear the Lord was to him, so near and dear that he would actually appear in his service. We have heard stories of my Param Gurudev, most of your Gurudevs, Narayana Goswami Maharaj, how he missed work, and one day Krishna, in his absence, came there because he was too busy with his bhajan and sadhana, and Krishna went to work for him and signed the sign-in sheet for him, proving just how close the Bhakti Vatsalya that the Lord has for his most sincere disciples. And in the same way, the Lord, one time, Srila Grandfather Param Gurudev was traveling in a car, returning from Nandagam to Mathura, and they were in a big gap where there was maybe no villages 3 kilometers before and 3 kilometers after, and all of a sudden the car ran out of petrol, and it was already late into the night. So everyone got out of the car and they were thinking, what can we do? There was no gas whatsoever. Param Gurudev, of course, stayed quiet. Then all of a sudden a villager showed up and said, no worries, I will handle this, and came back in a few minutes with gas. No one mentioned anything. When the car returned to the mat, Param Gurudev, my Param Gurudev, Narayana Goswami Maharaj was very anxiously awaiting Grandfather Param Gurudev and asked him, where have you been? Why are you so late? And then he revealed the pastime, and that indeed this villager was none other than Krishna, disguised as a villager who came to fill the gas himself. There are endless stories, but time is very brief. The last part of the shloka, Upasham Ashrayam, Brahmani Upasham Ashrayam, a guru should be completely fixed in material detachment and conceptions. The last year of Grandfather Param Gurudev's
life, he was completely renounced. He did not speak a word. As a matter of fact, my Guru Dev said that no one was even allowed to touch him. They would have signs up at the mat saying, don't touch his feet, don't touch him. He was constantly weeping as he chanted. He would just chant and weep. Guru Dev said, he has video of this that he promised to share with us one day, so hopefully we can have a video to share. But he would just simply hold his japa mala in one hand and a handkerchief in the other to constantly be wiping the tears from his lotus eyes as he wept. So he was completely renounced. Guru Dev said the only time he saw him spoke in that gap was during Parikram. Srimati Umadidi, which he was very near and dear to, showed up, and when he saw her, he wept and he just opened his eyes and he said, Uma, Uma, with tears in his eyes. And those were the only words he spoke his last year in this material world. So we can't understand these conceptions. When we look at them and we remember them, it's like the tip of an iceberg, I heard yesterday. So in this way, I hope that perhaps in one lifetime we can earn their mercy and evolve in our bhajan and sadhana and continue to grow, so we can serve them eternally in our constitutional forms.
Jai.
So what did he just say?
I thought I was turning it off and I made it louder.
So time tonight is short. Lord Krishna Prabhu and I would just say Jai Gurudev, and tomorrow we'll find some time to speak a few minutes. So we're going to ask Vasanti Dee to speak a few words, and then Frank Rose will speak. Srila Gurudev ki
Jai!
Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Shri Gaura Bhaktavinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So first of all, I offer my heartfelt obeisances to my beloved Holy Master Nityananda Srila Vishnu Parasotso Jishimad Bhaktivedanta Narayana Goswami Maharaj. Also on to Nicola Vishnu Parasotso Jishimad Bhaktivedanta Mohammed Goswami Maharaj. So my great Sri Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, to our entire Rupanuga Guru Varga, also to our three elevated sadhus that we have here with us. Well, definitely not, but headed out by Andrea sitting behind me. And so grateful to be here in this community with all of you. As Nishinga Prabhu said, it's expanding. I want to welcome Damodar Prabhu and Bhanumati today. We're very fortunate to have them here for the next year, maybe longer. So, I had one brief darshan, two, with Srila Bhaktivedanta Mohammed Goswami Maharaj, and I told this a few months ago on this day. But we were in Devananda Gaudiya Mat in Navadvip, and he was in his last year where he was just like wasn't speaking, and he had these just constant watery eyes, and his gaze was so intense. The way he looked at you, and it was such an intense gaze that my heart, I just couldn't. All I could think of to do was take out all the money in my wallet and just put it in his lap. And then so, as we've heard, him and our Srila Gurudev and Srila Chivakar Maharaj are the pillars of our Param Gurudev, Bhakti Vigan Keshava Goswami Maharaj. And when our Srila Gurudev left his home, good to go to Devananda, to go to his Gurudev, without telling anyone, he just left, and Param Gurudev sent Srila Bhama Maharaj to pick him up in the train station. And when he got there, it was midnight, late at night, and Srila Bhama Maharaj had a lamp, and he was just calling out Tawariji, Tawariji, which was his Gurudev's where he's from. So it's like his childhood name. And they just, in overwhelmness, their eternal connection, just astonished that, how did you know that I was coming? So, I actually never take notes, and yesterday I did, and then lost my notebook somehow, got eaten up at GBO. And so this morning I'm like, oh my gosh, what am I gonna say? And this verse just kept coming to me this morning during my japa, which is, I should know better. Bavar Bavargo, Brahmato, Yada, Bavech, Janasitaha, Jajuta Satsamagamo, Satsangamo Yari, Today the Sagato, Parareshe, Twayijaya Mati. Which means when the material life of a wandering soul has ceased, O Achuta, you may attain the association of your devotees. And when he associates with them, there awakens in him devotion unto you, who are the goal of the devotees and the Lord of all cause and their effects. So this verse is saying that the Lord's devotees enable us to transcend material existence. Only by pure devotee can we be pulled out of this material world. So I never share this. I'm always kind of embarrassed when people talk about it, but I realized today that it's Gertie's glory, not my glory. That in 2010 in LA, in one of his last classes in America, in front of everyone, because my atheist, materialistic mother had come to see him that day, Gertie said, I've come to take Basanti back to Godhead. So 500 people turned to look at me, and I hid behind Govinda Priya, who was filming, because everyone knew where we sat. And then after, when Gertie went home, Renadidi, who was his traveling his Sevak, said, oh Gertie, you said that you're taking Basanti back to Godhead, what about us? And Gertie said, I have come to take everyone. That is scripture, because without the pure devotee, how are we going to get out of this material world? So, also Srila Gurudev told me in Vrindavan once that, and I always say this every Parents Experience Day because I don't follow this instruction, so maybe the more I say it, the more I'll start listening to myself to be able to follow it, that he said if you don't learn verses, then your mind will be like a desert. And in the morning walk books, we have 2007, 8, 9, and 10, when that instruction went to someone else, and then the instruction came to, that person didn't do it, so then it came to us, and I was the first person to hear all the walks. Like we'd have other people transcribe them, and then I would be the first person to listen to them and go over them, and I just felt like I was on the walk with Gertie. So if anyone hasn't read these walks, you're just like there. So
we have at the temple?
We have at the temple. And you can get the set of 4 for any donation. So I told Gertie, I even told Srila Gurudev that I know the disciple can never thank the Guru. We're indebted, we cannot ever repay Shri Guru, but I just have to say thank you for allowing me to work on your walks. And Srila Gurudev said, he had like a little boyish look, he said, yes, I feel so many important things in my walks, especially in Badger. And he said these walks will benefit the whole world. So in 2007 and 8 and 9, when Gertie would be resting, he'd always rest for a couple of months, either in the Philippines or in Hawaii. He would teach his sevaks, his crew, verses, and like the prayers of Rakasura and Manashiksha, and just such beautiful prayers. And then he told them, I'm not teaching these prayers merely for memorization and remembrance. My intention is that the moods of the prayers will enter your hearts. So please chant these prayers daily. And he also said, try to remember the mood of each shloka I give you, as well as the meaning of every word of each shloka. You'll then realize the truth therein, and after that, any prayer or shloka that comes to you will come with realization. So, praying that I can... That any prayer or shloka that comes to you will come with realization. If you memorize the verses. So, just in conclusion, I think that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he gave these 4-fold instructions to the Goswamis, that to uncover the lost sites of Krishna's pastimes, to install deities of the Lord and arrange for their worship, write books on Krishna consciousness, and to teach the rules of devotional service. So you can see that our Srila Gurudev, in Also, he translated and wrote so many books in his English Katha, translating Srila Vishwanath Thakur, Srila Swami, so many exalted literatures, Vishwanath Thakur, and also taking his last instruction. He was in Govardhan, and he came out after he was in his second pastime, and they brought him out the end of Kartik. He said, no visa problem, no money problem. You must come to Parikrama. He stressed coming to Parikrama and going to the holy places of Vrindavan and inviting an abode and he renovated so many places like Sarabikund, which is such an exalted place. It's a place where offenses are forgiven. So, and he's teaching the rules of devotional service, and he installed so many deities. He's opened so many temples in Navadvip and Mathura and Vrindavan and all over the world.
And every disciple's home.
Every disciple's home. So around the world today, it's so incredible that so many homes and temples, whether people are alone or in big groups like this, are celebrating our beloved Gurudev. And what Shri Guru says becomes true. He's Satya Sankalpa. And so he's one time in the middle of a darshan out of nowhere, he said to Sharmangani, she is very strong. And then Didi was like, she is? And so I'm praying that I know it will come true. I'm praying that I can follow better and that it will speed up and the strength will come in my heart to go deeper into sadhan and bhakti and serve Gurudev with my heart and soul, and therefore serve everybody in this community. I'm not much of a temple devotee, and so I like to roam and travel, which we've been doing for the past 20 years. But it's so special. This is such a special thing going on here in Miami, and that's a whole nother subject, and we're going to present tomorrow the vision for expansion. But just thank you so much, everybody, each and every one of you, for allowing me to be in this community and to serve and to give me your warmth and friendship and affection. It means everything. So, and to the worldwide community out there.
That presentation is like open for public use.
Oh, it's part of the program.
Oh.
Part of it.
Oh yeah, so but we know how late it's gotten. So some people, we noticed a couple people already left, and anyone who desperately needs to leave for whatever reason, first off, you're missing out. But if we have to do it, then we have prashadam ready. So please don't leave empty-handed. We can give you a plate of prashadam to go.
And also, I have another prashadam here. Everyone is going to get a piece of Gurudev's cloth that was on the table. Everyone's going to get a piece of the cloth and a few petals of the flowers that were around his necklace.
You hand cut and pack.
So now we want to lend our ear and give attention to Sri Prabhu, who's had, like Prabhu was speaking earlier, these sadhus have given their entire life for decades and decades to serving Srila Gurudev and Srila Prabhupada on our Guru Marga. So we're excited to hear the memories and the pastimes and the glorification. Sri Prabhu.
program is going overtime. So I'll try to be brief. Very. Nama Shrestam Manam Vishvachi Putam Vedaya Surupam Rupam Kasya Kachamuri Purim Machurim Pushturai Tarha Kunna Magirivaram Ahoradika Rabdo Yasapati Vidaya Sri Guru Gurave Gaura Chandraya Radhikaya Dale Krishnaya Krishnakaya Tadvaktaya Namo Anandarilamaya Vigrahaya Devapadivyaschavi Sundaraya Tasmai Mahaprema Rasapradaya Chaitanya Chandraya Namo Namaste Chaitanya Chandraya Namo Namaste Chaitanya Chandraya Namo Namaste Sham Sundar Skanda Shikhar Swaha Smurli Manohara Radhika Rasika Mama Kripanadhe Supriya Charna Kinkurim Kuru Govinda Damodara Madhavedi Govinda Damodara Madhavedi Govinda Damodara Madhavedi Govinda Damodara Madhavedi Krishna First of all, I offer ancestral Dandavat Puspanjali. My heart like flowers thousands of times at the lotus feet of my holy master, my supremely worshipable spiritual Gurudev, Asvadhir Paramarada Tuma, Ugurupada Padma, Nityalila Parvishta Om Vishnupada Stotra Satasri, Rupanugacharya Varya, Srila Bhakti Vedanta, Narayana Goswami Maharaj. Secondly, I offer my pranam thousands of times at the lotus feet of my Param Gurudev. I offer my pranam to Param Puja Srila Bhakti Vedanta Bhaman Goswami Maharaj, Srila Prabhupada, and to all our Sri Rupanuga Gaudiya Guru Param. And finally, I offer my pranam to Param Pujapad Sri Bhakti Vedanta Bhagat Maharaj, Pujapad Sri Srimati Radharani, Srimati Shamrani Devi, and all the assembled Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis Vanchakota. There are so many tattvas that we have to realize. Jiva tattva, Maya tattva, Bhakti tattva, Lila tattva, Prem tattva, Radha tattva, Vilas tattva. But of all the tattvas, first and foremost is Guru tattva. If a person fails to enter deeply into Guru tattva, then all the other tattvas, they can forget about that because it's very, very far away. But if a person will enter into Guru tattva, then automatically all the other tattvas become available to him. So this Guru tattva is something very astonishing. See, Krishna himself has described Guru tattva to Uddhavji. He said, anadya vidyayuktasya purusasya atmavedanam. Swato na sambhavad anyas tattva jnanado bhavet. Hey Uddhav, the jiva, the living entity, anadya vidyayuktasya, he is united with avidya, anadi, from time with no beginning, anadya vidyayuktasya. And because of this, he only knows material things. But the cause of his bondage has no beginning in material time. So there's no way he can get out. Swato na sambhavad. That sambhav means possible. No sambhav. It is completely impossible for him to get out from this anadi avidya. So every living entity in this world is united with that avidya. No one can get out. Then how will anyone ever get out? This is the question. So Sri Krishna said, and yes, tattvago jnanado bhavet. There must be at least another person who knows tattva, who knows the truth. And can tattva, he knows the truth, jnanado bhavet, and he can give that truth to someone else. So if all the atmas in this world, they're all in avidya, then who's the other person? Who knows the truth and can give that truth? That is Paramatma. But the problem is, Jive Shakshat Nahi Tati Guru Chetarupe, Shishi Guru Hoy Krishna Mahanta Swarupe. The conditioned soul also, he cannot perceive and understand the Paramatma in his heart. So very kindly, that Paramatma is manifest outwardly and appears before us as Shri Guru. This is Guru Tattva. What is avidya? Consider it very carefully. We are Atma, we are the soul. What relationship do we have with this body and mind? Do you know? It's a Sashi Sangara Sambandha. Sashi Sangara Sambandha means the relationship between a rabbit and horns. Have you ever seen a rabbit with horns? No. Well, that's the relationship you have with, your soul has with your body and mind. It doesn't. Understand? Your soul is transcendental. It doesn't have a relation with this body and mind even. But something happened. You know that if there is a crystal and there's a red rose next to the crystal, then the colors of the red rose will be shining there in the crystal. So this redness is not in the crystal. It belongs to something else, but it's appearing there. This appearance of the qualities of the rose in the crystal, this is called upadhi, a designation, upadhi. So, in the same way, actually, our soul, our consciousness has no relationship with the material world and has no material qualities. But the upadhi of the material body and mind is reflected in our chitta, in our consciousness. Now, the superimposition of the upadhi, in Sanskrit, the superimposition is called adhyas. Adhyas. So the upadhi of our body and mind is adhyas, superimposed on the consciousness of our soul. By what? That Shakti which accomplishes the adhyas, the superimposition of the body and mind on the consciousness of the soul, that is called avidya. Now you understand what is avidya. So prema bhakti jahoti avidya vinashayati. See, Guru is that person who destroys the influence of that avidya, which is causing the superimposition of the body and the mind, this complex on the soul, which really has no relation with these things. They are completely external, material, temporary, and nothing to do. We have nothing to do with that. But day after day, week after week, year after year, life after life, we are absorbed in that illusion of Maya. So Sri Guru is the person who comes, and by his very powerful words, he cuts of bewilderment and removes that avidya. Perhaps you know that Srila Sanatana Goswami Pad, when he met with Srila Haridas Thakur, he said to him, Achar prachar namer karaha dui karya, tumi sarva guru, tumi jagatera arya. Oh Haridas Thakur, some persons, they chant, but they don't preach. And some persons, they preach, but they don't chant. Some people do prachar, but not achar, their own practice. Some people do achar, but they're not doing any prachar. But you, Haridas Thakur, achar, prachar, namer, kara, dui, karya. You are perfect in your achar and perfect in your prachar. Therefore, tumi sarva guru, tumi jagate arya. Therefore, you are guru. You are jagate arya, the most respectable and honorable person in the whole universe. You are jagat guru. So, Srila Gurudev is that. The person whose achar and whose prachar is perfect, and therefore he is Jagat Guru. Srila Krishna's Kaviraj Goswami Pad said, Yajyapi Amara Guru Chaitanya Das Tatapi Janya Ami Tahara Prakash. Although I know that my Gurudev is Chaitanya Das, he is a servant of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, but at the same time, I see him as Tahara Prakash, the Prakash of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So one should have both visions. My Gurudev is pure Vaishnava and most beloved of Sri Radha and Krishna and Mahaprabhu. And same time, Gurudev is one Prakash of Mahaprabhu. So the Gaur Prakash is who? Nityananda Prabhu. Nityananda Prabhu. Akhanda Guru Tattva. The power of Nityananda Prabhu is there. So Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami Pad, when he describes the pastimes of Nityananda Prabhu, he says, Prema Pracharana Ara Pashanda Dalan Dui Karya Avaduta Karina Brahman. The Avadut Nityananda Prabhu, he was wandering here and there, doing two duties. Prema Pracharan Ara Pasanda Dalan. Pasanda Dalan means he was crushing all the atheistic arguments, Mayavad, and all types of deviations from pure bhakti and prema prachar. He was spreading the prema everywhere, preaching prema everywhere. So this is the Guru Tattva, and we see how that Akhanda Guru Tattva is completely present in Srila Gurudev. How Srila Gurudev, his achar, his own practice, his own bhajan was perfect. Janma sartata kare kara para upakar. Mahaprabhu said, first, make your own life perfect and then help the whole world. So how he practiced himself, his achar, and his vichar, his siddhanta, and also his prachar. I want to speak on these two things because they are the two aspects of the Nityananda Prakash in this world. These are the two aspects by which a person is recognized as Jagat Guru. So first of all, Srila Gurudev's achar, his own practice, his own behavior. When he, on the very first day, after he left his home, he left his family. Vajjad api koturani mriduni kushamadapi lokotra chaitanksi kono vigyata ishvara. It is said that a Vaishnava is hard as a thunderbolt and soft as a rose. So Lokotaratam Chaitansi, who can understand the consciousness of those persons who are beyond this world? So even though he had family, wife and children, and he was very loved by everyone, he was a celebrity in his village, but he became hard as a stone. And forgetting everything, he ran away in the middle of the night. And when he came at the lotus feet and met with his Gurudev, the first time he fell at the feet of Srila Bhakti Pragyan Keshav Maharaj. And he said, whatever love I have in my life for my family members and all relatives, I am collecting it all together. And all that old love, I am giving fully at your lotus feet. Param Gurudev, afterwards he said, no one had ever said this to me before. And the tears came in the eyes of Param Gurudev. So what incredible deep sambandha of Sadguru and Satsishya from the very beginning. But we have to say that really this is Adina, it's not the very beginning, because the Vinod Manjari and our Gurudev, they are Sakis in the spiritual world, but this was their first time meeting in their pastimes in this world. So the love was already very, very powerful. Srila Bhakti Pragyan Kesha Maharaj, at first, Gurudev was traveling with him everywhere. And Gurudev was always asking questions all the time. But after some time, Srila Bhakti Pragyan Kesha Maharaj sent our Gurudev and told him, you have to go and be in Mathura and stay there. And then he was in, though his Gurudev was in this world, he was very, for a long time, quite separated from his Gurudev. He would come for Navdi Parikrama and his Gurudev would come to Brajmanda for Brajmanda Parikrama. Otherwise, he was serving in separation. Yeah. Gurudev told me at that time, he said, I could not ask a question to my Gurudev. And at that time, Gurudev said his Gurudev told him to translate Jaiva Dharma into Hindi. So Gurudev was translating, and sometimes some question would come. Gurudev said, then I used to fold my eyes and say, Gurudev, what does it mean? And then Srila Bhakti Pragyan Kesha Maharaj was sending him the inspiration to translate everything perfectly. So Gurudev was staying in Mathura. That was very, at that time, it was very difficult for Gaudiyas preaching among the Brijbasis, because the Brijbasis are very, into their own Brijbas culture. So Gaudiyas, this Sampradaya, it seems like it's from Bengal because it's Gaudiya. But Gaudiya does not mean from Bengal. Gaudiya means the dasis of Gauri. Radhika's name, Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi, she's Gauri. She has a golden complexion, and those who are completely surrendered to the one-pointed service of Radhika, they're called Gaudiya. But anyway, those types of prejudices were there. But Srila Gurudev, he was so kind and so loving and so influential that very soon thousands and thousands of Brijbasis, they were honoring him and accepting him as Guru. So when Gurudev first came to Mathura, it was a very difficult place to preach. And you know that Mathura is a city, but actually the whole of Braj Mandal is called Mathur Mandal. Mathura Mandal. You know what Mathura means? Ma means Madhusudan, Krishna. And Ra means Radha. And those who are in the line of Rupa Goswami, if anything comes in between Madhusudan and Radha, then so this is the meaning of Mathura. So Gurudev was staying there and serving his Gurudev. And he took so many responsibilities on his head. And sometimes, when you stay together with devotees, some conflicts arise. Loving conflicts. We hope loving conflicts. And some problems came. And then Srila Gurudev disappeared from the mat. So some persons have said, they made some wrong accusation that while Param Gurudev was in this world, our Gurudev, he left his Guru and he went away from the mat and he went to Radhakund, and there he has learned about Raganuga Bhakti and Radhadas and everything from Bhavas there, and so on. Some people made this. So just before Srila Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Maharaj left this world, I went to visit him on Radhastami at Govardhan, and I was thinking, who knows what happened at that time, the real story? He must know. He's perhaps the only person in the whole world who knew. So I privately went into his room while he was lying on his bed. I said, Maharaj, please, there's some aspect of my Gurudev's life history which is a mystery to the world. But I think in the whole world only you know. You are like the Kakabhushandi of the Gaudiya Math. Kakabhushandi lives for thousands of years and he knows. He saw with his own eyes everything in history. So you are like that. Do you know? He said, yes, I know what happened. So at that time, you see, though Gurudev is Nitya Siddha, eternal associate of Radha Krishna and Sachinanda and Gohari, when such Nitya Santa Siddhas come to this world, they have a leela, they perform a pastime of being a sadhak and going through the stages of bhakti and attaining their perfection. So at that time, outwardly, it seemed like there were some problems in the mat. But really, it was an inner calling of Gurudev. Radha Krishna were calling him to go completely deeply into his bhajan, 24 hours a day. So he left the mat without telling anyone, and he came to Govardhan. When he was arriving in Govardhan, there was heavy rain, and there was flooding everywhere, and it was night time. He didn't have a place to go, he didn't have anything to eat, and just as he was wandering by Manasi Ganga, there, the panda of Manasi Ganga, he came and saw Gurudeva. I said, oh, he knew him. He said, oh, let me give you a place to stay. And he took him towards one old abandoned house, just quite near to Manasi Ganga. He said, you can stay there, and I'll bring you some Maharaj. So then Gurudev was thinking, oh, really it's true. Ananyas chintayanto mam ye jana parupasate tesham nitya vyuktanam yogatsema vahamyaham. If a person, there will be ananyas chintayanta, that is completely absorbed, unbroken smaran of Sri Krishna's Leela, then Krishna himself, whatever they need, he'll personally bring it. So Srila Gurudev began to do his very deep Naam Bhajan there. Because we're discussing these things, Achar and Prachar. Just like Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Thakur, for 10 years, he stayed in Mayapur, chanting 3 lakhs Harinam every day. He did his Naam Brata, like that. And then he had the pastime of preaching. So similarly, Srila Gurudev, he was there at Manasi Ganga. So when he was there, no one knew he was there, but it just so happened that he wrote a letter to Param Pujpat Srila Bhaktivedanta Bharati Goswami Maharaj. And he said to him, oh please, you don't tell anyone, but I am staying here and doing bhajan, and I have a very strong desire to read the commentaries of Ujjwala Nilamani by Srila Jiva Goswami and Srila Vishwanath Thakur. But this book is very rare, cannot find it anywhere. So then Srila Bhaktivedanta Bharati Goswami Maharaj, he went to so many places, in bookshops, in Delhi and Calcutta and different places, and after long search, with great difficulty, he procured a copy of that Ujjwala Nilamani with these commentaries, Lochan Rochani Tika, and of Srila Jiva Goswami and Ananda Chandrika Tika of Srila Vishwanath Thakur, and he sent it to Gurudeva. And Srila Bhakti Vidyan Bharati Goswami Maharaj told me he was there in Keshavji Gaudiya Math in Mathura when Srila Bhakti Pragyan Keshav Maharaj arrived. And the devotees in his, and where is Bhaktivedanta Narayana Maharaj? And it was all, he has left, he has left. And Srila Bhakti Vidyan Bharati Maharaj was there, and he said, I saw that moment when Param Gurudev heard this, and Param Gurudev just burst out crying. There and then. So he said to me, Srila Bhaktivedanta Bharati Maharaj said to me, he said, you should understand this, that don't think that your Gurudev, he left his Gurudev in any way, but rather this was a special pastime. Just as the praying of Braja Gopis, no one could understand how great it was until Sri Krishna disappeared from the Rasa Leela. And then they were weeping, Jayaditayadikam Janmanabraja. So due to separation, the praying that was in their heart was revealed. So in the same way, the intense, Atyanta Pragara Mamata Yukta Lokik Sadbandhu Bhat Sambandha, natural loving relationship infused with extremely condensed possessiveness that was in the heart, the love of Srila Bhakti Pragyan Keshav Maharaj in his heart for his most dearest, as Shalmani Didi was saying, not disciple. The relation with the Sadguru and Satshishya, the Guru never thinks you are my disciple, he thinks you are my Pran. So when he heard that his Pran had gone, then his praying came out. So it was a pastime to reveal to the world the very deep, transcendental, loving relationship between my Gurudev and his Gurudev. So Gurudev told to Srila Bhaktivedanta Bharati Maharaj later, when he came back, that I went and I met with some of the Babas in the Manasi Ganga. You know Chakleshwar Mahadev in the temple there? They are all the followers of Siddha Krishna Das Babaji. This is where the Gutika comes from, everything. Priyachan Das Babaji, Madhusudan Das Babaji and others. So Gurudev said, I went there to preach to them about the Siddhanta of Prabhupada, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. But they could not. They could not accept it like this. So, Srila Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Maharaj, he said, and the proof of the loyalty of your Gurudev to Srila Bhakti Pragyan Kesh Maharaj, that there was no impediment at all in their relationship, is that as soon as Gurudev came back to the mat, Srila Bhakti Pragyan Kesh Maharaj said, again you should be in charge of everything. Like, as if nothing had happened at all. This is Srila Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Maharaj explained it in this way. So Gurudev himself said, because you know that generally among the Gaudiya mats, the Rasakata remains quite hidden, and sometimes it's so hidden that it's like, where is it? So Gurudev, knowing this fact, he knew that I'll have to, once we were in Jagannath Puri and we're sitting in the birthplace of Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, Gurudev was sitting with just a few of us there, and he said, for 40 years I have preached about Dhruva Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Chitraketu Maharaj, Ambarish Maharaj, but now I will preach the glories of Radha Dasyam, service to Srimati Radhika, and those who will be with me in my final years, they will get it. So Srila Gurudev, he saw it was necessary, it was time that this discussion should be presented with the greatest honor, with a proper perspective. So Srila Gurudev said, oh, don't think that I have received anything from outside. I have received everything from my Gurudev, Srila Bhakti Pragyan Keshu Goswami. And even privately, he said to me, he said, even though I say that this devotee is my Shiksha Guru, this devotee is my Shiksha, and it's true, the other senior disciples of Srila Bhakti Saraswati Thakur said, but you should know, I received everything from my Gurudev, Srila Bhakti Pragyan Keshu Goswami Maharaj. And especially, Gurudev said, he has given me Gopi Bhav mantra. So what else is there to give? And also he has given, perhaps have you seen, there's a book called Rupanuga Bhajan Sampat. No, it should be translated into English. But in 1958, Srila Bhakti Pragyan Keshu Goswami Maharaj, he wrote one book called Rupanuga Bhajan Sampat, which is a very elaborate and beautiful explanation of all the fine mysteries of Rupanuga Bhajan. And so that's 1958, 10 years before Srila Bhakti Pragyan Kesh Maharaj left this world, he wrote this book and personally gave all of these teachings to our Gurudev. So we can see that from Gurudev's young career and pastimes, there when he was in that house on the bank of Manasi Ganga, he said that's where he had the pastime of attaining his siddhi and realization of his Nitya Seva to Radha and Krishna. And throughout his life, we saw, by his kindness, I had the chance to travel with him everywhere, 24 times around the world, and he was completely absorbed in chanting all the time. When we were flying anywhere, we would get on the plane, and then just to encourage us, because we should not speak. Apana bhajana kata na koi bojata tata. We should not speak about our own bhajan to others. But sometimes the Guru may open his heart. Sometimes he would tell, oh, I chanted 2 lakhs on this flight. 128 rounds I completed on this flight. So, once Srila Gurudev was in Hawaii, Gurudev said, actually, in this life, my sadhana is complete. I have nothing more to do in this life. He said, so I'm only staying here for you. We are living because we're trying to do sadhana to attain our perfection. But Buddha said, everything I have done now, so I am staying here just for you. And that seems like a very hard thing to say, but actually that was his humility. Understand? Because he's already siddha, but only having the lila of how he's becoming perfect. So once we were in Cebu, in the Philippines, and there in Cebu, Srila Gurudev, he was writing his commentary on Bhajan Rahasya. So he was very deeply absorbed in writing that commentary. And one morning he said, as I am writing this commentary, wherein Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur is presenting, you see, Gurudev said that Jaiva Dharma explains all about Gaudiya Vaishnavism, A to Z, from beginning to end, in a general way. But in Bhajan Rahasya, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur has opened up the verses that he himself used to chant and used to meditate on while he was chanting japa in his own bhajan. So a general description of Gaudiya Vaishnavism, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur has given in Jaiva Dharma, and his own personal kind of like, let us say, like a diary of his own internal bhajan he's given to us in this treasure Bhajan Rahasya. So Srila Gurudev was writing his commentary on this, and he said, as I am writing this commentary, I am realizing how Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur in his Swarupas, Kamala Manjari, is serving Radha and Krishna, and how Kamala Manjari is in her seva relishing all the various bhavs which are here in Bhajan Rahasya. So we're discussing what? Achara and Prachara. So first I have just touched on this topic, Srila Gurudev's Achara, his own practice. Now we come to the subject of Srila Gurudev's Prachara. I don't really have to express it because it has been reflected in the hearts of so many devotees. But the Prachara of Gurudev, it cannot be explained. It cannot be analyzed from a material perspective of where he went and what he did or what he said. Everything was going on by his mystic power, by the mystic power of his brain. Srila Gurudev, he used to, when we were traveling around the world, he always used to send me ahead to the next country to prepare everything there, and then he would come, and then I'd go to the next country, and then like this. So I was very young and enthusiastic. So I would fly off to the next place, and I'm going to prepare everything for good. But when I got there, what I would do is I would meet with so many people who had never met Gurudev, but I thought I was the advance party. But Gurudev himself had already gone, and in the dreams of those people appeared to them. And then I realized, what am I doing here? I thought I was the advance party, but Gurudev is already the advance party. And so I'm just collecting these people and telling them, on this day and this time you should come here and meet with Srila Narayana Maharaja. So his preaching was going on by his mystic power. It's indescribable. It's inexplicable. Even those who were trying to stop his preaching, they also knew that fact. And they would warn the devotees, if Srila Narayana Maharaj comes here, don't look in his eyes. On the one hand, it's kind of criticizing, but actually it was glorifying. When the demons, they try to criticize Krishna, but their words, Saraswati takes them and it becomes a glorification. So in the same way, even when they try to criticize Gurudev, their criticism was a very great glorification. They don't look in his eyes. Why? Because they know he's just looking at someone and taking their heart forever. So Gurudev's preaching is by mystical power. Once one report asked, Swamiji, you have so many students and disciples all over the world. This must be a very great burden for you and a great responsibility. Gurudev said, not at all. I don't feel any responsibility or any burden at all. Why? The reporter said, how is that? How is it possible? He said, because behind the curtain, Srishi Gaunitai are dancing. And their foot dust is going into the air like that, and they are doing all the preaching. And the foot dust of Gaunitai is making everyone dance. And I am just going here and watching So we see there's a way in which we look at Gurudev, but there's a way in which Gurudev sees himself, and they're quite different. I think, Gurudev, he is a great guru, great sannyasi, great acharya, and Gurudev is thinking, I am just like an empty straw. Once one PhD student was doing a thesis on gurus, and he came to interview Gurudev, and he asked him, he said, he took his notebook, so please tell me, when did you decide to become a guru? Gurudev said, I am not a guru. So there's a few disciples sitting around, so then that person said, but who are these people here? Gurudev said, they are not my disciples. They are my friends. And together we are making an atmosphere which is favorable for bhajan. This was Gurudev's mood. That person then he asked, when you leave this world and you go to Goloka Vrindavan, who will be the next acharya after you? Gurudev didn't even hear the second part of the sentence. He only heard, when you leave this world and go to Goloka Vrindavan. Gurudev said, I will not go to Goloka Vrindavan. But I am praying that in my next life, if I can become a blade of grass on the bank of Jamuna, then when the Vaishnavas are doing parikrama of Vrindavan, I will get their foot dust. Gurudev said to me, oh, Prem, I am not a great scholar. Because I always think Gurudev is a great scholar. And it's true. But Gurudev said, I am not a great scholar. I have not studied Shastra very much. Really, I have not studied Shastra very much. Because when I read one verse, I sink into that verse for 6 months. And become lost in that for 6 months. So this is more than any type of worldly scholarship. So, Srila Gurudev's preaching. I want to say that Srila Gurudev preached in such a way, something which is called Gaudiya Gaurav. Gaurav means dignity. Gaudiya Gaurav. So this is the sign of a person who has Sambandha Gyan. You know, there are 3 stages in bhakti. First from Diksha comes the Sambandha Gyan. Then there is the Abhidaya and then the Prayojan Tattva. So the sign that a person has received Sambandha Gyan is that their entire consciousness is immersed in the Gaudiya Gaurav. The highest respect for Mahaprabhu, his associates, and his teaching. For the parampara. Gurudev said, if someone will say to you, oh, what's your Gurudev's name? Well, very often, when people ask him, what's the name of your guru, they don't always have a good intent. Sometimes it's with ill intent. Some kind of ulterior motivation. So Gurudev is dishonest. Oh, what's the name of your guru? Then you should say, what austerities have you done in this life and previous lives that you can hear the name of my Gurudev? Gaurav, the honor, the respect for the aprakita vastu, for all the divine transcendental substances. Then he said, and if someone is very sincere, and you think they should hear the name of your Gurudev, then take off your shoes, fold your hands, and bow your head, and say, Om Vishnupada Shtodra Satasri Rupanuga Charya Varya Bhakti Vedanta, like this, with full title. And then the person will go, and it will impart that gaurav, that honor to others. This is the sign of a Gaudiya, that they themselves are immersed in the most profound respect for all that aprakta vastu. Because modern culture is very sloppy, right? Wear sweatpants and a t-shirt everything. It's very sloppy culture, the way the dealings and the way we think and speak and everything. So when someone becomes established in Sambandha Gyan, they have the Gaudiya Gaurava. So Srila Gurudev, he used to, especially, that Srila Sanatana Goswami has given Sri Brihad Bhagavatamrita to establish us in Sambandha Gyan. And there, in the end, he has given the Bhakti Rasayan many, many important verses of Srimad Bhagavatam with beautiful explanations. So when I first lived with Srila Gurudev in Mathura, we have to be extremely against anything which will separate Radha and Krishna. So, sorry, I got off the point. So when I was staying in Mathura with Srila Gurudev, in the afternoon, he used to chant and read Sanatana Goswami's commentary, and he used to make notes in a pencil very, very meticulously, and then he would come down to give his evening class and go through every word of each verse of these verses of Srimad Bhagavatam, and bringing out all the beautiful moods of Srila Sanatana Goswami there. And by hearing this Qatar of Bhakti Rasayan, this Gaudiya Gaurav begins to seep into our heart. Koi mastriya vanachari vyabachara dushta krishnai kwachaisa paramatma nirudha bhava nandashwaro nubajuto vijasopi sakshat srayastanotya gadaraja ivopayukta. Srila Gurudev was in great ecstasy speaking this verse. Uddhav has just seen Radhika becoming mad and speaking with the bumblebee. And he cannot believe, what have I seen? Uddho suddho ho gayo brajagopin ki bo prema bajai gan bajai dugdugi baja prema kaddo. He said in Braj Bhasha. Uddho suddho ho gayo. Uddhav became Suddha, purified. So that means he was thinking when he was in Mathura, I am very close to Krishna. Krishninam pravaro manchi Krishnasya daitasaka. I am Krishna's closest associate. I am Krishna's nearest devotees. I am the most devoted person to Krishna. But when he came to Braja and he saw the prema of Braja Gopis, then he realized, I am nowhere. His intelligence was like a hat. And he was looking at the top of Mount Everest of Gopi's frame, and he could not see the top, and his hat fell off. His intelligence failed. And then, pointing his finger towards the Gopis and trembling, he said, oh, where are these Gopis and where am I? People say Vyabhachara Dushta, that the Gopis, they are contaminated. Dushta, contaminated by Vyabhachari. That is a deviation from Dharmic principles. But no, Vyabhachara Dushtaha. Dushta, this is masculine plural. Uddhav is saying, no, I, Uddhav, Narad, Vyasadev, all the 12 Mahajans and the 4 Kumars, we are all Vyabhachara Dushta. We are all contaminated because we cannot serve Krishna fully. Braj Gopis are serving Krishna fully. Kanta Bhava Nijanga Diya Karina Sevan. Gopis, they serve Krishna with their whole bodies, with all of their senses. This is only in Madhurya Rasa, not in any other rasa. So, Kwe Mastriya, where are these Gopis and where am I? They have Ruddha Bhav, they have Mahabhav. I have no such qualification. But Krishna is very kind to me. Why? Because I thought I was coming to Braja to deliver his message, but now I realize he sent me to have sadhu sangha. Who are the greatest sadhus? Braja Gopis. Sadhu sangha, sarva shastri koi. That means gopi sangha, sarva shastri koi. Lava matra gopi sangha, sarva siddhi koi. Uddhav is thinking, oh, now I realize I have never served Krishna. But by hearing the nectarian words, Punati Bhuvanaptrayam, when the gopis glorified, and I hear the kirtan of Krishna from the lips of Braj Gopis, then surely I'll become elevated, I'll be benefited by this. Because though I am ignorant and I don't understand bhakti at all, but just as an ignorant person who does not understand what is nectar, if he's dying but he drinks some nectar, it will bring him to life, even though he does not know the chemical formula for this medicine. So in the same way, the Harikatha, the glories of Braj Gopis, the glories of Sri Krishna, coming from the lips of Braj Gopis, is such a medicine that even an ignorant person, if he's touched by this medicine, he must attain pure prema. So such gopi came into this world as Srila Gurudev, and Srila Gurudev was speaking the glories of Radha and Krishna, those who are fortunate to hear him, even though they may be avidush, completely ignorant of anything. But if they're simply touched by the air that touched the katha coming from the lips of Srila Gurudev, then it's definite that in this life or next life or some life, very, very soon, we'll attain the Nitya Seva of Radha and Krishna.
Radhe Radhe.
You have anything left over? 5 minutes.
You want to return it back to the chair?
So, I want to tell just one more thing. That is that being with Srila Gurudev, it was, you have an experience like, it's like being with the 6 Goswamis of Vrindavan, because Gurudev fully embodied the mood of Rupa Goswami, Raghunath Das Goswami and others. One morning, I went with Srila Gurudev in a small car to a Radhakund, and Gurudev was looking around. At that time he was thinking to buy some building on the bank of Radhakund to have a mat there. That didn't happen. He got later Manasiganga. The reason he got that land at Manasiganga, do you know why? Because on that land was the house where he did his bhajan and had the pastime of attaining his siddhi. When I was a young brahmachari, I also ran away from the mat. And that house was still, and I went and stayed in that house and did bhajan just to remember Gurudev. And later Gurudev bought that land and it was knocked down. Then I was very sad. Why did they knock down the house? But the Giridhari Gauriya Mat was built on that land, and Srila Gurudev's Pushpa Samadhi is there. So anyway, so we came to Radhakund, and so we looked for some place, and then Gurudev took us onto the bank of Radhakund to offer some prayers, and we were at the Sangam, and Gurudev was just leaving. So at that time, one of the Brahmins of Radhakund was running behind Gurudev and saying, "Oh, Maharaj, please accept me as your disciple." Gurudev stopped, and he turned around, and he folded his hands. He said, "Our Prayojan Acharya, Srila Raghunath Das Goswami has said, Guru Goshte Goshtalai Su Sujane Suragane." Oh my dear mind, please have intense, unprecedented attachment for Gurudev, for Brajamandal, for the residents of Braj, for the Vaishnavas of other Sampradayas, and for the Brahmins of the Dham. So Gurudev said, you are a Brahmin of the Dham. Not only of the Dham, you are a Brahmin of Radhakund, the highest place in the Dham. So you are worshipable for me. Our Raghunath Das Goswami said, you are worshipable for me. So how can I accept you as my disciple? When I heard Gurudev say this, it was as if the Avesh of Raghunath Das Goswami had entered into him. Because an Acharya is like that. The Avesh of any, Rupa, Sanatan, Jiva Goswami, Raghunath Das Goswami, they can enter into Sri Guru and speak through them. So then when Gurudev said, how is it possible? You are worshipful for me. Then that Brahmin, he started to cry. And then seeing his tears, Gurudev's heart melted. He said, alright, come and visit me tomorrow and we'll discuss. He didn't say yes, he just said, come and visit, we'll talk. So Gurudev was very much loved by the Brajvasis. At one point I had to do some seva in the Vasarisi Gaudiya March. So from Mathura you have to go to Vishram Ghat and get a boat across the river. So I was often going backwards and forwards with the boatmen. And as the old Brajvasi boatman was rowing the boat, then he used to ask me, oh, how is Bada Baba? How is Bada Baba? Yeah, the great Baba. So I was very touched by this. You know why? Because at the time of our Goswamis, all the Brajvasis, that's the name they used to use for Sanatana Goswami, Marababa, with Sanatana Goswami. And he said, oh, just see, the Brijvasis, they love Gurudev, just like the Brijvasis at that time loved Srila Sanatana Goswami. And the Brijvasis, they love Gurudev so much that in October 2003, there was a big festival in Uchagaon. Do you remember? And the award was given to Gurudev Yuga Acharya. So there, in near Varsana, there is Uchagaon, and on the side of Uchagaon, there's a place called the Braj Acharya Peeth. Braj Acharya Peeth, because it's the bhajan stali of Narayana Bhatta Goswami, who was a grand disciple of Gadara Pandit. And he came to Braj when he was very young with a Gopal deity, and he traveled all over Braja, and his Gopal deity would tell him, I did this pastime here and this pastime there, and he wrote Braj Bhakti Vilas. So many of the places all over Braj Mandal were discovered by Narayana Bhakti. So he's called the Braj Acharya, and that's called the Braj Acharya Peeth. And he also discovered Lari Lal, and they are the deities in the Shriji Mandir at the top of the hill in Varsana. They manifested to him in that place. So Srila Gurudev was invited to come there, and the Acharya at that time, his name was Srila Deepak Bhatta Goswami, and he brought together all the Brahmanas of Varsana on one side were sitting, and all the Brahmanas of Nandagan were sitting on the other side. The head of all the Gop community of Nandagan, and all the Gops were this side, and the head of the Gop community of Nandagan was here, and also other villages around the area, Chiksoli and Sonara and other villages. They were there. So many Brijvasis were there, and they were all there to honor Gurudev with the title. So it was read out. Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayana Goswami, he is learned in all Veda and Vedanta. He has complete dedication to his Gurudev and his Sampradaya of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He is full of compassion for everyone and loves all people of all religions. He is completely dedicated to renovating and restoring the glorious places all over Brajamandal. So on behalf of all the Brijvasis of Nandagan, Varsana and other villages, we want to present you with this title, Yuga Acharya. And then they all came and they sprinkled petals on the head of Srila Gurudev, and they did a flat abhishek. Srila Gurudev! Jai! So then all the petals were falling on Gurudev, and they asked him to speak. Srila Gurudev said, I am not at all worthy of this title. I think that you have awarded me this title. This is your glory. This is your kindness and your generosity. But really, I am not a suitable person to have the title Yuga Acharya. In this Yuga, many Acharyas came, like Ramanuja Acharya, Madhvacharya, Vishnu Swami, Nimbadicha Acharya, and our Rupa Goswami and Sanatana Goswami. Compared to them, I am completely insignificant. So I am not worthy of this award. And many times I was requested by the Acharya here to accept, but I did not accept, but finally he brought me here today. So I am not qualified, but I want to say one thing. In my life, I am 100% dedicated my life to serving the Brijvasis. Who is a real Brijvasi? Not a put now. He's got a big audience of Brijvasis from Nandagan or Varsana. Remember? Now you see how Gurudev is a Nirbhik Vakta. That means fearless, completely fearless speaker. He said, who is a Brajavasi? A person who has a natural love for Sri Krishna, like Nanda and Yashoda, like Subal Sridham, like Braj Gopis. They are real Brajavasis. And the real Brajavasis, they know that Krishna, he may be Brajesh. He may be Brajesh, but he's not Rasheshwara. Only Radharani is Raseshwari. Radharani is Rasheshwari. She is the So what to speak of Radhika? Even Mother Yashoda, when Mother Yashoda takes a stick in her hand, then Krishna becomes afraid. So what to speak about the prema of Mother Yashoda? Krishna weeping falls at the feet of Radhika and tells, Na parayam nirabhajya samyajam swasadhu krityam vibudaya shapiva yam mabajan durjaya geya srinkala samrishya tadva pratiyatri sadhana. I can never repay you. So this is the glory of Radhika's love. And the real Brijvasis, they aspire for her service, for Radha Dasyam. So in the Vedas, when it says, Tamaso ma jyotirgamaya, go out of the darkness and into the light. This jyotirgamaya, going into the light, means go into Radha Dasyam. This is what it means. Go into Radharani's service. And I want to say, now as Gurudev is speaking this, then the Brijvasis of the Varsana, because they support Radhika, they're all and on the other side of the audience, all the Nandagaon, everyone from Nandagaon, the Brahmanas and gods, they're all. Then Gurudev, he stirred it up even more. He said, I want to say that Nandagaon is not the Sasural of Krishna, of Radhika, sorry. Sasural means mother-in-law's house. Nandagaon is not Sasural of Srimati Radhika. Radharani never married Krishna. Where is it written in Srimad Bhagavatam that Radharani is living in Nandagaon? It's not written anywhere. Krishna lived together with Rukmini and Satyabhama and others. They had so many children. Where are the children of Radha and Krishna? No children. So you should not say that Radharani got married to Krishna. The glory of Krishna Lila is the Paratiya Bhav. Radharani is staying in Yavat and secretly meeting with Sri Krishna. This love is, this Parakiya Ras is the highest love. Though there's a pastime of Radha Krishna being married by Lord Brahma in Bandirvat, this was only a play wedding, Gandharva Vivaha. They exchanged garlands, they were just playing. It was not an actual marriage. So we should try to follow the teaching of Srimad Bhagavatam. There, everywhere, gopis have said, Patisutanvaya, Bhratribandhavan, we left our husbands, we left our children, everything, just for you, Krishna. So this is the highest love. Go out of the darkness and into the light of Radha Dasya. So then, after Srila Gurudev spoke this, there was so much grumbling over here. And there was some complaining. So then Gurudev, I want to say something more. So then he said, don't become upset and think that I have minimized Krishna at all. I have not minimized Krishna, but rather I am speaking in Parokshavad. The Srimad Bhagavatam is speaking in Parokshavad. Parokshavad means indirect. You say one thing, but it has another meaning. So similarly, we see in Srimad Bhagavatam, when the Braj Gopis, they came to meet with Krishna in the Rasalila, he told them, you should go back to your village, serve your husbands, even if they are old, even if they are ill, even if they are cruel. Anyway, you should go and serve them. This is the proper duty of a chaste wife. But then the gopis said to Krishna, Yat patya patya suridam anubhriti anga srinam swadanam itidam vidatayuktam astvaitamevam upadesha padetvaishe prasto bhavanstvanubitam kila bandhu atma. O Krishna, you have told us that we should follow Dharma, and therefore you are our Guru. And all the Shastra says that even before serving God Himself, you should serve Guru and then you should serve others afterwards. So because you have given us very good instructions, we will not go to our home, we will stay here and serve you first. This is the real Dharma. We have heard from Gargacharya, from Purnamasi, that Gargacharya said, Tasmanandatna joyante Narayana sumogunai. Or your son has all qualities like Lord Narayana. So Lord Narayana is in the heart of everyone. So when a woman serves her husband, the secret of Dharma is she's not actually serving the body and mind of the husband. The secret of Dharma is she's serving the Paramatma. So Gargacharya said that you have all the qualities of the Paramatma and you are directly in front of us. So you told us to follow Dharma, we'll follow the essence of Dharma by serving you. So in this way, Srila Gurudev said, Srimad Bhagavatam is speaking in the Parokshavad. Actually, Krishna, he wants to have Rasa Leela with gopis, but he's teasing them and speaking something different. Braj gopis also, they always dissimulate in their words. And here they're saying to Krishna, oh, we are your Bhavami Dasa, accept us as your maidservants. So in Srimad Bhagavatam, it's described, though I have glorified Radhika, and Gurudev said, though I have glorified Radhika to the highest, and the Braj Gopis to the highest. But what's great about the Braj Gopis? That they love Krishna. So how can you say that I've minimized Krishna? The greatness of Braj Gopis is that they love Krishna. It's true that Radhika is so beautiful, more beautiful than anyone, and Krishna is attractive to Radhika. And Radhika is also attracted to Krishna. But among the attraction of Krishna and the attraction of Radhika, whose is the most? Radhika is more attracted to Krishna than Krishna is attracted to Radhika, actually. So how beautiful is Krishna? So in this way, if you have heard that I have glorified Radhika, don't think that I have minimized Krishna, but by parokshavad. Because raso gupta eva rasatvam apadyate. Rasa becomes more relishable when it's hidden. And so it should be expressed in parokshavad, indirectly. So you should not think that I have minimized Krishna, but actually I was speaking the glories of Sri Krishna through parokshavad in a hidden way. Then all the pandas and all the Brahmins and Gops and of Nandagaon, they were very happy. In this way, Srila Gurudev tied up the hearts of all of the devotees around the world and tied the hearts of all Brajvasis with the ropes of his praying. Srila Gurudev ki jai.
Yes. Yes. Now we're going to sing Jayanila, and then we'll have some little kirtan after that and Prashadam. Maybe Rasika, do you want to sing? We haven't sung Jayanila all day.
Page 99.
Okay, but 99. Yeah.